Good morning, folks. It's Sunday. So, you know what we do on Sunday? Do some painting. So, if you guys didn't follow along, we finished this guy yesterday. And we got 75% of the way done with this one. And, yeah, so that's what we're going to pick up where we left off. And knock these guys out. All right. I'm going to clear some of this space here. And as always, I have these paints that like to encroach on my workspace. And gotta pick this stuff up from time to time. Most of the time I don't do anything after the camera shuts off. All right, let's do this. Put the glasses over here so I can see. Gotta take the glasses off so you can see. And here we go. Here's happy little spots of color. All right, let's pick him up and Null oil over here. So probably not going to have much opportunity next weekend to paint. Next weekend we got to go out of town. So there probably won't be any painting next weekend. But the following week, there should be. The following weekend and before and afterwards, the girls should be traveling on their own for a week. So you guys are going to see a lot of bachelor painting. So we'll try to make the most of it. And when I was looking through the figures the other day, trying to find these folks right here, I was talking about a bag of stuff that I had picked up at Historicon. We'll set this off the side here for a moment. Well, it wouldn't have been last year. There wasn't any. Maybe a couple of Historicons ago, where the guy had a bunch of elephants that I was just looking through his box. And I came across him yesterday and I figured I'd show them to you. Figured you didn't mind. Unless you're allergic to this sound here, but this is just some of them. This might actually talk about some upcoming project that I'll be doing. Who knows, right? So this is just some of the elephants. These are from Museum Miniatures. The old school Museum Miniatures, because now they have the, what do they call it? The Z line. But I've got one, I think this is supposed to be the pack elephant. And then two other ones, unfortunately they're the same pose. And they have, I think they're supposed to be classical Indian elephants. They have this weird thing here, which at natural reaction would be like, oh, okay, well, it's got sides, right? Sit up here like that and you glue it and you got a crew up there. But nope, the way that works is it actually sits back here. Because you can even tell the back of this seating area is molded and fits the back of the elephant. So this is how it sits. So you've got a platform with no sides. I guess OSHA hadn't been invented yet. There's nobody to sue if the guy falls off. But, so I've got those, and I got 3 of these little guys here. and 3 sides. I mean, three of these platforms that go on the elephants, but none of them have any sides. Now they came with a crew with a, you can tell this is that kind of classical Indian type shield, and this guy's literally stabbing down. So I guess he's supposed to hang out up here somewhere. Somehow. And then there's Mahout. Each comes with a Mahout, so he gets glued up here. And a variety of different archers. It's not going to come out well. There we go. Focal points over here. And different type of archer here. And a parasol, but nothing to go in. So one of these could be like a command elephant. You just put a pin in there, but looks like I'm gonna have to scratch build the platforms. At least it gives me kind of a bottom version of it. We can drill in some sides and give it some kind of sides just so the figures don't fall off. I just can't imagine these guys lumbering through Southeast Asia and not having any sides and trying to shoot from the back of an elephant. So anyhow, so I picked these guys up, and then there's this other one that I'm not sure who the manufacturer of this is. It doesn't say on here. I'm thinking it's probably like Zeiston or something. Maybe not. It's actually a very realistic looking elephant, this one. I'm not sure who this one comes from. Unfortunately, it's a multiple piece casting. I much prefer the casting all in one piece. And then I got this guy. This is good old Essex. This is just simple. It looks like it's got some detailing, almost like some kind of a covering just on the front of the elephant's face. So I think for this guy, what we're going to do is this will be the elephant I can use for my Rajput army and add another elephant, because the Rajputs gain an extra elephant now in DBA 3.0. So, and then we've got some Indian swordsmen here with pants. So I got an army in mind in the future to do at some point that I will, I'll have to end up getting some more figures for, of course. So this will be something in the future, but I got all this for $10 plus a ton more. Not necessarily related to this. It was just in this box. I didn't want to deal with it anymore. So figured that was a good deal. Okay. Back. Maybe you guys will find that interesting. Maybe not. I personally love looking at figures. I get a kick out of it. Okay. All right, so we're at the point here on this figure where we have to do the shield. Well, coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Let's do a couple things. Let's get our good buddy here, and I'm gonna go ahead and looks like I didn't finish up the metal here on the front, so we'll do that. And we're just gonna hang out a bit today and see what we can get done. But shouldn't be any painting next weekend. But then the following week after that, I think like on the 31st of the 1st, you're gonna see me. You're gonna see a lot of me. So at least that's the plan. A lot more than usual for a week. And then we go back to kind of the normal schedule. All right. All right, let's go ahead and add little crossbow bolts. And the fletching. Fletching on the bolts. Okay. Mustache or facial hair on this guy. Harvey, good morning. Good morning. This is our last cold morning, I think, of the year. It's like 49 degrees Fahrenheit. One of these days, it's just gonna be hot all the time. You know, I can actually handle it being hot. What I can't handle is these evenings that we have that it's 82 degrees at night and wet and buggy and no breeze. It's god awful. It is god awful. And I've lived here my whole life, so you'd think I'd be used to it, but as I get older, I like it less. So, all right, we're gonna give this guy a brown facial hair. We're gonna give this guy a brown out. Let's see. Let's go ahead and use this. Now, one thing that happens when these colors sit overnight, and again, I'll say it again, I'm not a scientist. I say that a lot, and I really am not. You know how some people like science? I really don't like science. I'm sorry, folks. It's not that I'm anti-science, just I'm not really interested in how it works. But this wet sponge down here, it's pulling moisture. The paint on here is pulling moisture from the wet sponge, I think, and it actually causes the paint on here to separate a little bit. So if you notice, let me give you an example. Look at this color right here. All right. If you guys don't use a wet palette, you may not know what I'm talking about. But if you guys do, well then, this is just stuff that you're used to. See, you've got paint here, but it's more thin here on the outside. So it's almost you gotta like remix these things as you use them. And the same thing happens with this white. The white is over here, it's very wet, and over on the top end, it's almost like it has an extra bubble of moisture that's gone past the paint. And that's happening all. Look how this, look at how my bronze, my color has changed. So sometimes you've got to like remix those little things, but that's after overnight. That doesn't happen while you're sitting here painting. So if you have a painting session, it's like 6 hours long, that's not going to happen to you. It's a very slow process. So I don't know, there's my educational moment there. Hey, I can't be interested in everything. Actually, I liked chemistry a lot, like the tables and all that stuff, and all the molecules and stuff, until we got into the formulas. I'm not a formula person, especially when formulas have negative numbers in them. It doesn't mean I can't use them. It's just, I don't like abstract stuff. So, uh, anyhow, where was I? Brown. Getting a brown on here. Okay, let's pull some of this out. Make sure it's not super wet. And let's darken it up a tiny bit. All right, this is ever the smallest amount of stuff here. I assume you guys in Europe are still locked down. One guy I follow, every day he used to post, you know, day 65 of third lockdown or what have you. So he stopped posting. So I'm not sure if you guys are still locked down and what day you are. Hopefully, you guys are still working if you can, or still getting paid. How about that? Yeah, see, it's behaving weird because it's kind of wet. I guess I come in here and mix every one of them up, but I didn't really want the footprint of that paint little spot to get bigger for no reason. So we'll just kind of do that as we need to. There we go. Okay. Now let's do what everybody wants to see. It's the shield. All right. See how this red changed? It almost has this white that's here at the top. So let's just mix this and see if we can't bring that back to life. And the other thing is now I got all this paint on here that I don't really need. So let's go grab some black and let's see if we can't. This must be hell for people that like to paint thick. I've just always painted really thin because I'm giving it so many coats. Let's give us the darkest shade there on the shield. It's about right. Just gonna paint the whole thing like that. Actually, I think it was a little darker than that. There we go. You're effectively locked down, can't meet people indoors. Okay, but you could like play outside, couldn't you? Like at a big table. You guys got cool weather, so you should be fine. I never understood why they would lock down, for instance, the beaches. Because I can't think of a place that has healthier air than at the beach. Obviously, you don't want people on top of each other, but saltwater therapy. I didn't get a chance to go to the beach many times last year. I do like it, but we're like an hour and a half from it, as close as we can get, about an hour and a half, which isn't too bad. But it's it's good for the soul, good for the skin. Obviously, you got to use protection. You can't be out there baking like a lobster. All right. So we had our first shade here with the. How did this happen? Yeah, wet spot here. Must have picked up some water. That's what it is. I have half a mind to do all the shields at once, but patience, Antoni. Once you have good weather, obviously gales and rain add flavor to a Napoleonic naval game, but yeah. Okay, let's do the shield. Let's get it on. All right, let's make sure of a couple things. This is the holy one that we used for the painting that. And this is like a 0 round, which is really strange because the shape of this, you would think that this would be a liner. I see the what's written here on the brush doesn't mean jack, okay? Because this one's a 10-0 round. So this is an O versus a 10-0, and the O has a better tip. I mean, you just look at the brush. I don't give a crap what it's called, and you just kind of look at it based on that. I mean, it just doesn't. That's why I don't want to buy a Winsor & Newton brush over the internet. I want to see it in person, you know. So, and can't go to any stores, not here. We used to have an art supply store, and then it just kind of went out of business. It was really weird. They had like 4 locations in the 1980s, and then they reduced it to 1 and got bought by somebody else, and now that one's gone too. So, okay. Let's grab some white out here. I think this is where we laid it down. Oh, and some black. That's what we're going to use. Now, I want them to be semi-consistent. So we'll look at this guy here. Actually, I can do that. I can put it here. You guys can see it. And then I can look at the screen instead of having to turn my head. Because I'm like right next to the figure. I'm painting like 6 inches away from it, okay? So let's put him over here in the corner. What do we call him? Dita? All right, let's. I've tried playing games with. I've tried to play war games with people that are like really serious. They're no fun. I like to play serious, but I like to have fun. That's what it's all about for me, anyways. Okay. Now let's compare these. That's pretty freaking close. If it's not on. Okay, these are hand painted in real life, so And we'll do the four little. The diamond shaped end of the key. See, I can already tell that it's not perfect. Check this out. What do I do? Clip something on the way in? All right, I gotta be careful. See how this one on this side is lower than the other one? We're gonna clean that up a little bit. I didn't make any mistakes on the first one. Hey, it happens. We want to do it perfect, but damn it if I'm not a human sometimes. I hate it. I'm working on it though. So we're just come over here and we're just gonna erase this. Almost like it never happened. That's why I do it very light. It's almost like I'm sketching this out with pencil. Yeah. And we're gonna clean up that a little bit. We're gonna let that dry a little bit. Ah, that's all it took. I should do that more often. Blow on my figures. Yeah, the paint is so thin that it doesn't take much. This stuff is really magic. This airbrush thinner. If I had been using water for what I'm doing to re-wet, it would get to the point where it would like oversaturate it, and and it would be very runny. But that's not the case with this stuff. Okay, that's more like it, folks. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect. The real ones weren't perfect. That's the problem with Little Big Man Studios. Their decals, they're so freaking nice. You would have had to hire Michelangelo to paint your shields for you for them to look that way. That's not knocking their figures. I mean, who nobody would buy their decals if they looked like they were hand painted by people with crappy brushes. So let's clean this up a little bit. So of all the things that I've done painting all my armies, the only one of the few things that I would have called stressful is putting on Little Big Man Studios decals, because once you put them down, the way that they're like that wet, they're like a wet dry rub, so to speak. Once they're down, it's over. You know. Now they're nice, but I would have preferred them to be the standard water slide decals. Like this guy right here. You can set those and you can adjust them as you need to. You can reactivate them, up to a point after you close them in. But I that that was extremely stressful. We got some of those coming up because the Russians, the rest of the Russians part two will be coming up soon when we get done with these Germans. What did we do with this? Just a simple 3 thing? Got it. All right, then we'll come in and we're going to leave the very final adding of white until all the red has been cleaned up around this. So maybe a little bit more here. Still keeping it a little bit of gray. I guess the back of this key in diamond shape looks okay. It's just not what I would have picked. I would have picked a round edge. But that's what all the heraldry shows for Regensburg is a diamond shaped shield. Diamond shape back of the key. You know, the part of the key where you would hold it. All right, we're going to leave this like this. Now we're going to add a little red. So let's clean this. Let's clean this brush. Good morning, Marcin. It's the banter between you and especially Mitch that makes the video so entertaining. That's just how all our games are. I mean, my original Mitch, Jeff, that I used to paint with, he's kind of my childhood friend. I met him in 1986. And him and I were the 2 youngest guys that started gaming in our game group. And he's like Mitch. He was always positive. And I told him the other day, I said, man, I wish he still lived in town because he'd be a hell of a good fit. But he goofs off all the time too and has a great attitude. He used to come over on Wednesday nights when I lived alone, and we had a paint table. And this is in the mid 90s. And he'd leave his paints and his figures there, and he'd come over on Wednesday, and we would paint together across from each other, and the banter. So for me, painting had always been social. So I don't really like to sit in a room and paint by myself. I like the interaction. So this isn't perfect, but it's better than just sitting there and listening to smooth jazz or a book on Audible or something like that. So greetings from Helsinki. Wow, awesome. A lot colder there. Welcome. But yeah, so I got used to painting with let's get another appropriate brush so we can do that here. You're painting more Legio crossbow last night. Oh, I'd love to paint some Legio figures. They just arrived too late and they're very expensive to get here in the States for shipping. But I would get them if I didn't have any, but so I got used to painting and chatting, so to speak. So, and I enjoy playing games with folks that understand that somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. I don't play with win at all cost players. Um, well, that's not true. We do try to win at all costs, but you know what I mean. You've watched our videos. It's snow outside -4. I find snow fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. Um, I watched a video. Um, I guess I've been looking at car reviews recently, and one of my suggestions was some video for, I think I mentioned this yesterday, of a Jeep Wrangler Sahara and a Toyota 4Runner in like a pull comparison how they did in snow weather. And it was all filmed somewhere in the mountains where it was just nothing but beautiful whiteness, and it's just captivatingly beautiful. Um, I don't know if I'd be able to handle living there because um, I have a skin condition that makes it very difficult to deal with dry weather. And cold and dry is just absolutely brutal to me. It's good for my soul, but not good for my skin. And but other than that, it's absolutely captivatingly beautiful, especially for someone who's not lived in that. I've only been in twice in two situations that it was like that, Colorado and Utah, and it was absolutely gorgeous. But I've never had to shovel it. I've never had to live in a place that has gray skies day after day after day after day. So I understand there's bad points to it, but um, it sounds good on paper. And I love wearing long sleeves. I don't get a chance to wear long sleeves ever um, in this environment. So, but welcome. Okay, that's the next layer up. But yeah, Little Big Man Studios decals, that's stressful as shit. They're beautiful. They're beautiful, but very dry winters here, that would kill me. That would kill me. Gets to -20 for a few weeks. Okay. Need a humidifier for the guitars. Okay. Oh, you're a different kind of artist too. Cool. But yes, beautiful sky and crispy cold is special. So there is when I was looking for background music from my Irish army, I came across a guy on YouTube. And I don't remember what his name is. His first name starts with an A, and he does Nordic metal or Celtic metal, no lyrics, and one of them is it has a name of a Finnish legend. It starts with a K, and it's like 22 minutes long, and it's like four or five of his songs all mashed together in like a long thing. And in the background is the beautiful pictures of Finland, and that's an amazing video. I forget what it is. It's the name of a. I was told it was the name of a legend of how Finland was created or something like that. Kaleva or I'm destroying it because if I have it in front of me, I could probably say it correctly. But yeah, I got to see some pictures of Finland. That place is beautiful. Got the got Russia right next to you though, but maybe they'll calm down after 1939, 1940. Don't invade us unless you want us to have more tanks, you know? Calavera, that's the one. Yes. Yeah, look that up if you haven't seen it. And there's an artist on YouTube that does that. And the it's just captivatingly beautiful. Also desolate, but that's okay. You can live without a cell phone signal for, a little bit. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. Okay. We had the game convention that in Orlando twice a year. The There's a team from Finland that comes in for, I think it's cheerleading or something. I didn't know cheerleading was a big thing in Finland, but they stay at our hotel, so that's kind of nice too. But yeah, I looked that up. I didn't know Finland was cheerleading was big there. I mean, irrespective of the sport, like it makes sense that if you have a place that has a lot of football, for instance, and there's a lot of, there'd be a football cheerleading as well. But I think this is irrespective of the sport. It's just kind of on its own. So didn't know that. So yes, conventions, things of old. I'm actually not missing not having conventions as much as I thought I would have. We're blessed that we get to play all the time, anyways. And to be completely honest with you, I'd rather make videos like we're doing now and never go to a convention than going back like 6 years ago when we went to conventions and didn't make any videos. I'd rather make the videos and not go to conventions. So good thing, because that's the new situation that we're in. And who knows when that will change. So, speaking of which, I got to post on the Historicon discussion group to see if they've made a decision about whether they're going to hold that or not. I'd love to post games that we're going to run, but we need to know if the show's even going to happen. So, you're a slow average painter. I have the AP wet palette still in the box. Army painter, okay? I don't think the Army painter one was out when I got this one. I picked this one up at a show, so thinking I should open it up and start to use it, especially as I like to paint 20 figures at a time. Definitely useful for that. Celtic Metal, listen to Horselips. They've made 2 albums based on Gaelic mythology, the Tane and Book of Invasions. All right, let's write that down. Yeah. I grew up with that kind of music, and I like it. And the fact that it doesn't have lyrics is I, I think a good thing for me, because I like to say is the song can be what kind of music, but then I don't really care for the. Let's see, we can get this thing to come on. You can do it. Horselips. Okay, we'll check that out. Nice to see Wet Palette at work. Oh yeah, you come here and you do that. They made 2 albums based on. Okay, how do you say that, by the way, Harvey? That accent on the T, is that Tane or is it Tyne? I have no idea. So at first glance, it would be Tane, but then why would you have to have an accent over it? Listen to Mad Axman's latest pod about last night. Interesting about competition gamers. Nightwish, great Finnish band. Cool. Nightwish. There's there's some really good stuff out there. You know, we went to a place last night for dinner that had live music, and it made me think about it. It wasn't anything that was in particularly. It was just a couple guys on guitar, and it was kind of folksy or whatever. But it did make me think that I'm always in awe of people that play instruments because I don't have that in my blood, and it must be as easy for them to paint to play as it is for me to just throw colors down and blend and stuff. It's just This is a piece of cake. It just takes forever, but this is relaxing, and it must be just as easy for them to do that kind of stuff. So that's not poo-pooing their talent. I'm just it's just saying that it's got to be this easy, or you wouldn't do it. Like if you say you play an instrument, like say you play a guitar, and let's say you're doing a request thing, and somebody says, "Hey, why don't you play Eric Clapton or something like that?" And obviously, if they've heard the song and they can kind of putz around and kind of figure out how to play it just by hearing, it would be like if somebody said, "Hey, Tony, why don't you paint a figure for 95th Rifles?" Like I've never painted Napoleonic figures, but I know how to paint. So I guess it would be the equivalent of that. But this is a lot easier than painting it, than playing a musical instrument. I think it is. I definitely think it is. So, aha. Tony, your helmets. Is it chainmail silver plus a wash? How did you get that brighter than gunmetal look? Aha. Okay. So this is where you learn from other people, and because I did too. So I was excuse the fact that I switched this into an eyedropper because I actually watched a video. I tried to make less of a mess. It didn't work. But this is Citadel Lead Belcher, which is the darkest shade. And here's Iron Breaker, which is the mid shade. And then I still have some of the old, kicking it old school here, Mithril Silver. Okay. So if I'm doing like these helmets, I will paint it, I will paint everything in this color, and I'll leave like little gaps in between where there's like, if there's like plates or something like that on the face, where there's individual pieces of metal, or there's a place where, like on this helmet, it's scooped out and it does like a 45-degree turn. I'll actually leave a thin piece of metal. I'm sorry, of black. Then I will cover it and the whole thing in Nuln Oil. So what this is doing is, in my head, I'm thinking I would like a bottom shade that's darker than this. Well, I can't do it because they don't make a darker metal. So I paint it all in this and then give it a wash of this. Then I'll highlight the same, most of the areas that I've already painted in this with this color again. Then pick a few areas to do in this one. And then this stuff I'm only using for swords. So usually if I'm painting swords, I'll go, probably these three. I don't even do this one, but that's what I do. So yeah, this is from the 1980s. This stuff is still half full. This stuff's great. So this stuff just is good too. But these containers, for whatever reason, are magic. They're and the reason why these containers are magic is because this is rubbery, and so is this. So you get a rubber on rubber better seal. This is rubber, but this is hard plastic-ish. So anyhow, it just lasts forever. And you don't use this super bright metal on everything, but that's what I've used the Nuln Oil. I watched somebody use it, and I'm like, hey, that works. None of us have all the answers. We got to learn from each other. I'd say no, but I'd still play some cream. Okay. Yeah, but anything that, for requests, I'm just thinking that's how people can, that's how I rationalize it. I may have it totally wrong, but my Gaelic is very basic, but the accent makes the sound longer. Okay. An A is normally pronounced more like an E. Tay. Okay. Yes, don't ask. Okay. Yeah. Watch other people. See what they do. You know, you might see, hey, I wonder how that guy does that. And then he explains it to you. And I'm like, I ain't doing all that. I'm just not going to do it. You know, the guys that do these type of vehicles, okay, there's some freaking wizards out there, okay, and I've watched their process. It's just too complicated. The vehicle looks too realistic. I'm not poo-pooing their vehicle. Their vehicles look better than a real vehicle. But if I'm doing, say, tanks, for instance, I want them to look war game-ish. Okay. So I don't want to really do chipping because it would freaking take forever. And then I don't want to do like dust and stuff because then you have places that are in the creases that are a lighter color than the outside. So it doesn't look the same. Now, I'm not saying that they don't do a good job. They look better than a real vehicle, but that's just not the look I'm going for. So check out what other people do and see what works for you, you know. There's lots of different styles. I like my figures and vehicles to look like a graphic novel, ideally. I want black lining, so to speak, but not super thick. But and then I've had people say, "Man, I like your figures, but they're too dark." I said, "Well, you're just playing in crappy lighting conditions, you know." So, what am I supposed to do? Paint them in crappy lighting conditions so they're brighter? I like to paint so that you can't be too close to the figure and it looks like crap. Sometimes some figures look great at 3 feet distance, but you get close and you're like, ooh. Well, I'm painting at 6 inch distance, basically from them, 6, 8, something like that. So that's how they're going to look best because that's the distance I'm painting them at. Because I can't see anything. No, I'm built in nearsighted, so lots of people out there have good ideas, you know. Where's that special yellow? Oh, I think it's still alive. We can use that special yellow now for the highlight shade in here. Let's get that here. And there's some real wizards out there with painting and stuff. Now, I don't think it's scary because I know it's just a trick. And if I followed their step by step, I could get pretty close on the first try. And then with practice, but I'll say it again. There's people out there who's the most motivating thing I could find is if I find somebody who paints whatever it is better than me, and then I'm like, okay, I need to kick it up a notch. I like my stuff looking better than anybody else's for me. That's my motivation to keep improving. So I don't get scared by that. But what I have noticed is, and this is very comforting, is anybody whose stuff I like that's painted better than mine. Remember, I'm talking about in my own opinion. So somebody might not like my painting style. That's okay. They're entitled to what they want. But if I see something that I like that somebody else did more than my own stuff, I've watched them do it and they take just as long to do it as I do, or even longer. So it's not like, okay, this guy's cutting corners and this stuff looks better. No, no, this is not a race. This is not a race. So that's comforting, you know. And it's not a competition. The hardest person to please is yourself. As a painter, I can tell you, if everybody likes my stuff, but I'm not happy with how it turned out, it doesn't really matter. Maybe that's human nature for everything, but you need to keep this guy happy because if this guy's not happy, this person stops doing this. So that's why I am very pro don't discourage the painter, because if you discourage the painter, the person painting may be using this as an outlet for, stress relief, so it's therapeutic. So don't be poo-pooing their work, you know. If you don't have anything nice to say about what somebody painted, then just keep it to yourself, dude. Um, there's lots of stuff I see that I don't like. I don't have to make it known, you know. People will always comment on these groups that they'll say, no need to, no, this place is not an airport, no need to say you're departing. Somebody will get miffed at something on some group and say, that's it, I'm leaving. Well, a bigger thing than that is you don't need to freaking poo-poo other people's work, man. If you don't like what somebody does, just look the other way. Okay, let's see how we're looking here. Now let's compare it to the other one. Make sure they're similar-ish. Let's move this to the side. I don't want to drop this and then he falls into a big pat of red paint or any other color for that matter. Hold on. Let's just keep them down here so I can get my hand out of the way. Okay, so it looks like I want even lighter here. So let's bring this up a little bit. I just want them to be kind of consistent looking, you know. You returned to 15 millimeter gaming at the start of last year. Last time I painted was 14. Okay. DBA Vid's first things I watched. I ended up focusing on Art de la Guerre because we have some local players. Yeah, you got to play the stuff that local people play. Just say thanks for the vids. See you soon. Well, thanks for the kind comments. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching. I hope you're getting your money's worth. I mentioned this before. The reason I do these videos is to keep myself on track, continuing to paint. And the fact that it helps other people, that's just a bonus. So that's great. That's good to hear. We're going to keep doing this kind of thing until it stops being fun or until they start charging me like, well, we're going to charge you $15 a video if you put them on YouTube. Well, that's not cool. They get their advertising revenue. They should be happy. I had somebody the other day that complained about a video that they saw that it was all fun and games until they saw the fifth interruption. I have video settings set to not have interruptions for commercials in the middle of videos. That's just annoying as crap. I know, I watch other people's stuff, and by the time you come back, you're like, what was he talking about? So I don't like them at all. And sure enough, the settings on this video had been set to have commercial interruptions in the middle of the video. And I'm like, who did that? So I don't know. Maybe you set things and then they tinker with them again. I don't know. I apologize if you guys are watching any of my stuff and there's commercial interruptions in the middle of the video. That's not the intent. So there's things in there with YouTube that I suspect that if you have advertising on your feed, on your videos, they're going to make it available for folks to find easier. And that was my only intent to really put the advertising stuff on there. I don't want to do all this stuff and then people won't see it. So, but I think there might be like a commercial at the beginning and then one at the end. You're only going to see the one at the end if you watch the whole thing. The beginning one's over in like 5 seconds. And there's some overlay stuff that you can just click off like I do on other people's videos. And then there's no interruptions. That's the intent. So I don't even know what's necessarily what products are being advertised. It might even be a product that I absolutely disagree with people buying. I don't know. I have no idea. But I am not a technology person. The fact that I'm even able to do this stuff is just a miracle, only because this stuff's like on autopilot. Like, for instance, I am not good at taking photographs. Like, I know what needs to be done. I know what it wants to look at, but I don't want to spend 4 or 5 hours struggling with this technology only to find out that 6 months later they changed it and now I've got to relearn how they do it. So I'm out. Like, I'll try to take a picture of anything that I work on like 4 or 5 times. After that, I just go with the best one. So I'll sometimes take pictures of my stuff and go, that's not what it looks like, but oh well, I'll just get over it. If I spend a lot of time messing with like camera settings, that takes time away from painting, which is what I'm all about. So this might seem really tinkery what I'm doing right now, but man, I enjoy this part right here. Bringing this little wooden thing to life. This is the part I really enjoy. All right, let me show you what I got. And it's really easy. That's the other thing is I want to show you guys, hey, this isn't magic or anything. This is just persistence and and I did most of my painting with 20/20 vision, like with contact sense. So it's not like you got to be nearsighted. You do. You got to look at things up close when your vision starts to go. But let's put them side by side and see how they look next to each other. 'Cause I don't know. Okay, this is the one. And here's the yesterday's, which I was really happy with. How do they look? Let's see. That's pretty freaking consistent. Perfect. Nice. See, you don't have to do assembly line. You just have to be methodical about how you're going to go about it. All right. Awesome. Excellent. All right. How we doing on coffee? Is it time for more? I'm on the cusp of 50 years old. And well, that's what they tell me. I don't feel any older. I think I've come to the realization that everybody feels like they're the same age their entire life. I don't feel any different than when I was 25. There's just some things that aren't worth doing anymore. But about 5 years ago, I started losing my close-up vision, like everybody does. It's mildly annoying, but it's a little bit more disturbing if you've been nearsighted your entire life, and all of a sudden you can't see things because they're too close to you, and that's just kind of like a what. But so now I just paint with my contacts out. So I've got a built-in 6.5 resolution all the time, and I don't know that I'm painting any better, but I'm enjoying the figures a lot more, the little nooks and crannies of them, because they're bigger. So if you're nearsighted, maybe that makes sense to you. If you guys are not nearsighted, then maybe that doesn't make any sense to you. But it wasn't until my vision up close started to go and I started painting without contacts. It never occurred to me to paint without contacts. And and my vision hasn't changed in 30 years until that up close thing had happened. And I never realized that I didn't have bad vision that was needed to be correct. It didn't need to be corrected. It just, my focal point is really close to my face. And that's really strange when you find out something about yourself the entire time that you thought was one thing and ends up being something else. It's just really odd. I just figure by the time you die, maybe you figured out everything about how you work, but not until then. It's just really, really strange that that happened. I was not expecting that. So maybe that was just me being naive, but it never occurred to me that I don't have bad vision. I just have like super close up vision. Like, huh? So we're going to do the back of this shield. That was my ramble about, I know I've mentioned that before, but I figured maybe somebody hasn't heard that. But for you guys that aren't nearsighted, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about probably, but that's all right. So that's why having one of those headsets that zooms in at 3.5 is useless to me, because I can zoom in at 6.5 and have, I'm not it, have all around vision at 6.5. Let's put it that way. But I've always painted this close to the figure, even when I was painting with contacts in, because it's a comfort level. Like I want my hands braced here. It's comfortable to be this distance from the figure, not necessarily that I needed to be this close to it. Like I don't paint in what I like to call midair. You'll see people painting, and they'll be painting a figure like this, and their arms aren't braced on anything. They're just kind of painting in midair. No, I mean I can already feel my wrists going on, like uneasy, you know. And it's not that I have the shakes, but I don't paint in midair. Those of you that can do that, hey, more power to you, but that's not me. I always have these guys braced, so I literally could paint for 36 hours straight if I needed to. I'd probably have to get out and wake my butt up, but other than that, paint wise, vision wise, and stuff, this is very relaxing. This is easy on the eye. So what we did is we mixed our dark shade here for the back of this shield. Okay, we're going to follow the same recipe that we did yesterday, as I remember. If it's not perfect, doesn't matter. Wood's all different. We're going to go ahead and add the lightener as white into it now. We're not going to keep adding more of this core. And paint us some fake wood slots. So I was in an art show. I visited an art show in a town about an hour and a half away from us, about 4 or 5 years ago, and where people had, real art, not this, okay, art from scratch. And they had a guy that was a sidewalk painter. He was set up on a sidewalk and he was painting, I think maybe something that a photograph, like he had a photograph and he was going to paint that, or he was painting something that he saw right there. I honestly don't remember which one of the two it was. But my daughter was younger, so it may have been more than 5 years ago. But my daughter goes up and says, "Daddy, Daddy, this guy paints stuff too, like you do." Which I don't do I don't do paintings. But okay. And then the guy's like, "Well, what do you paint?" And, the artist. And I'm like, "Well, I paint miniatures." And I showed him pictures on my phone, and he was in awe that I could paint something this small, this detailed. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm just doing color by numbers. You're painting stuff from scratch, dude. And then he didn't understand that he thought that what I was doing was more complicated. And I'm thinking what he's doing is more complicated. So it's kind of like painting is just a trick. And if you know the trick, it seems super easy. But if you're on the outside and don't, then you're kind of in awe of what it takes. So maybe playing instruments is that way too for those people that are musically inclined. That's not me, you know. I can't do that kind of stuff. So That was kind of cool. That was a nice compliment that he thought that what I was doing was something really special. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, you're painting. And he wasn't doing modern art, folks. Okay. He was doing, you know, it was either realistic or impressionistic, but it still looked like a house or a tree or whatever it was that he was. I think it was a street scene or something like that. So I don't really appreciate modern art very much. Sorry, if you guys like it, that's cool. But my mother-in-law was redoing her house, and she sent me some pictures of something. She says, "Tony, could you paint this for me?" And it was splotches. We'll call it that. And I said, "No, there's no way I could do that and live with myself." But if you guys like that, hey, more power to you. But no, I know what it takes to do all this. So when I see something like a Rembrandt, I'm like, and those people way back then in the 15 and 1600s had shittier brushes than I do. There's without a doubt. And to do what they did, well, there was nothing else to do. Okay, so you know, that's something as well. But it's any of those paintings that have light, like really focused in one area, almost you know, like a photograph, and that they can paint it. It's just really, I really appreciate that kind of stuff. I may not necessarily want the subject matter in my life, in my house, you know, but yeah. But no, I can't do paintings of splotches. Sorry. And it doesn't have to be super realistic, the painting that I like. There's a local painter that went to an art show here, and she ended up being the art teacher of of my daughter. I didn't know. And we're walking the art show, and my daughter goes, "Oh, Miss So and so." And I'm like, "How do you know her?" She's like, "Oh, she's my art teacher." I'm like, "Really?" So I looked at some of her stuff, and I really liked the things that she did. She did light impressionistic. It was, she used not blood. She used paint texture mixers and stuff like that. And I like painting that has texture on the paint and stuff because that's a level of things that I don't do. I mean, my stuff is totally flat and thin at that point. So I really like several of the things that she had done. So, but anyhow, yeah. Don't ask me to paint splotches. If I'm going to paint something, I'm going to paint it as good as I'm going to do as good a job as I can. I just, you know, I, that's my MO. I don't get as much interaction depressing. Your videos are great. Well, you know what? It's totally coincidental that I'm filming videos during a pandemic. What changed was that I figured we could share what we're doing with other folks from the games that we were doing because we started in 2018. So it was, things were normal back then. But the fact that this is all shut down is lucky is the wrong name to say it, but it's fortunate that something good came out of it. How about that? I mentioned earlier, I think this hobby industry has done better than a lot of things. I know that's not saying a whole lot, depending, but I think it was a revitalization in some ways for it. Hopefully, people will stick with that, and whenever this thing is no longer the current trend, I feel very different. I feel very strange talking about the pandemic in such terms because it hasn't really affected me that much as far as for travel and stuff, but work. I mean, we're busy as shit, like we always have, and we're not on top of each other. We don't have to wear any extra PPE anyways because of the pandemic. So I'm fortunate. I don't think about it every day. I'm kind of removed from it, fortunately. But I'm glad that this benefits other people. You know, this benefits me greatly. I'm getting things done. So, and I enjoy the interaction. I enjoy the interaction a lot. On your daily day, I can't talk about this stuff. I have no one at work. I mean, you know, I've worked in the same place for over 25 years, and I don't talk to people at work about my hobby. They don't get it, you know. So it's nice having somebody that has the same interest that to interact with. Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it on a daily basis. Now, those of you working from home, I'd love to work from home. I mean, but I work at a job where I've got to wear certain things just because. So I work at a construction type of a job. So I'm never going to be able to wear shorts there. I'm going to be wearing more clothes than I would have wanted to. That doesn't mean I want to run around naked, but I'm just saying I would like to be more comfortable than I am. It could be worse, you know. And I'm working in an environment where I'm in and out of the heat a lot. So I would love to just sit at home and be comfortable all the time, like I am right now, you know. So as I've said before, I don't necessarily dislike what I do. I just dislike the conditions I have to do it under. So if that makes any sense. But yeah, I would love to work from home. So you're not going to get any sympathy from me, folks. So oh, I got to work from home. Don't come to Tony crying, okay? Could I at least try it for a day? Oh man, please. Now we said this guy was going to have brown shoes, so we will do that. And let's throw another brown out here we don't have. Because, let's just use this dark brown that's already here. Let's just be not necessarily lazy, but let's be time efficient. How about that? So you're no Jack the Dripper. You don't paint a load of Jackson Pollocks. I don't get that. Well, okay. Time for me to offend people, but I'll tell you why. There's a lot of music, for example, that I don't care for because of how it's structured. So let me give you an example. Music that changes meter in the middle of the song. And I just think as, some things I just maybe I don't appreciate because I've never done drugs. And that's maybe why I don't. And I'm not saying if people appreciate them, they've done drugs, but there's some things that just don't make any sense to me. And I don't really appreciate them. Yeah, no Jackson Pollocks for me. No. I can't be a Jackson Pollock, man. Those people that are like artists are weird, man. They've got marital issues or substance abuse issues or I don't know, abused as a child. Maybe the really, really famous ones. The really, really famous ones have issues, you know. Yeah, no Jackson Pollocks for me. But I will say one thing, okay? let's say I painted something like a Jackson Pollock, or let me say I painted anything. As the artist, I see all the mistakes that the painting has. Whereas if somebody walks up to it and say, I like that, they're not aware of them. And that goes with miniatures, that goes with everything else. I'll look at somebody else's painted miniature and go, that looks freaking perfect. Like one of these wizards, that looks perfect. And I know that when they do it, they know, oh, this one little line's off here. This one's off over here. That's just, I think, human nature. That's what I always say. As long as you're happy as the artist of what you created, then that's all that really matters. Like for instance, if you're somebody who paints something like a Jackson Pollock and you have all these drippings or whatever, as an observer, you might think that everything looks correct and balanced. But as the painter, you might be like, oh, there's a little too much red here and not enough blue in this one section, you know? Because you kind of know how the sausage is made. So, and that kind of goes with everything. But I like balance and things. I don't like chaos. Back when I used to watch in the early 2000s, when I watched a lot of history programming, it would, or anything that involved a show with people being interviewed in the middle of it. So whether it's a history program with historians that they would come in and like they would have, say you're watching something on Normandy, and there would be like, a narrator, and then it would show scenes of whatever, and then they would stop the scene to let a historian put his little snippet in of what they thought about this one little thing for like 15, 20 seconds at the most, and they would go back to the theme, just kind of the standard way some of those videos are constructed. It would always drive me crazy when they would not any kind of an interview where they don't center the person in the screen, like they put them over in the bottom corner. It would just drive me crazy. So I can't handle things like that. I'll My wife has this sweater she always gives me hell about, that she got one time, and I absolutely disliked it because it wasn't balanced. Like it had like a, say, something around the neck, and it had it on one side but not on the other. And I'm like, I can't look at that. It's not balanced. And somebody had made a comment about her when I was with her that she really liked her sweater, and she's like, see, they like it. How come you don't like it? I said, I don't like things that are out of balance. So maybe I'm too anal retentive or whatever, but I don't like chaos. Chaos is bad. Oh, we all have our things, don't we? Okay. This guy's done. This guy's for the books. Okay. Two down, two to go. Let's see who I pissed off about music and art. Hey, I'm not trying to convert anybody. If you're happy with what you like, more power to you. I don't care. Pollock created the 1950s pictures of designs that are literally drips and swirls. Yeah, I know his stuff. I just, Picasso. I don't, no. I just can't. I just can't. That's it. Or who is it? Kandinsky, right? Kandinsky, the guy that does he'll have like one screen, he'll have like one painting, and the top half is red, and then down here there's a blue square, and then a little white one, and then maybe something yellow. And then it's called the 12th of October. And somebody walks up to it and says, yeah, because the red signifies the struggle that the people had in the conflict, and the blue was, you know, the amount of the percentage of the people that were actually the upper class that were struggling against, that were fighting against the struggle. I'm okay, dude, put the bomb down, you know. But if you like that, hey, it's a free country. Freedom is great. You do whatever you want. But I'm just saying, I don't get it, you know. But I don't like poetry, so maybe that's what it is. So, Marco, good morning. I'm up painting my Alexandrian Macedonians. Excellent. Marco Mavro. I think I said that correct. Yeah. People are really particular about what they like for art. That's okay. That's why there's so many different kinds. Well, it was either going to be that way or Mavro, but I would think there would be an accent if it was that way. I got a shout out the other day on another guy that I follow. I asked a question on his video, and he called me out on it and made a video about what I wanted to see. And when he mentioned my name, I have subtitles on. He mentioned my name and my when he said my surname, the automatic closed captioning spelled it correctly. I was I was flabbergasted. I couldn't believe that. But cool. Yeah, technology's out there is smarter than we think. Okay, so this guy needs a color of vestments. Let me show you guys something crazy. You guys want to see something crazy? Of course you do. Crazy's in. We're gonna need a little bit more red for that. And I'm gonna have to use the bathroom. But I'll be right back. I'll use the opportunity to get some coffee as well. And then I'll show you something crazy. We're gonna give this guy red vestments. It's gonna look okay, even with a red shield on the back. It won't be too much red. Think I'm crazy? Of course it is. It sounds ridiculous. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Marco's in Texas. It's 6:30 there, and you're painting at 6:30 in the morning on a Sunday and not sleeping in. Excellent. I like your attitude. You're my kind of people. Sleeping's for sissies. Only time I like sleeping is if I go on a cruise. I like taking a nap in the middle of the day because then you get 2 cruise days for every day. Yeah, but that may be a thing of the past for a long time. Okay, so you saw how we made this right here. So with the using black, using the same red and using black and then lighting it up and then doing all this nonsense. Okay. Now, normally there's no way in hell I would paint this guy's, most of his cloth things in this same color because it would be the same color as the shield and it would look wrong. Okay. Even if the guy wore it in real life, if it's realistic, it's just going to look wrong. It's going to look like I was lazy and had one color in my repertoire and that was it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this color, all right, and instead of our darkening agent, oh, okay, I'll add more. Thank you. Instead of our darkening agent being black, we're going to use brown as a darkening agent, and we're not going to use the super dark brown. We're going to use this one. And look, let's take a look at what happens. So this looks almost like blood. Okay, and you can make a very different color depending on where you stop. I've mentioned this before. I honestly should make a video about it, but sometimes when you make a video to help people, you get nothing but poo-poovers like, that's stupid, you should do something. I'm not telling you you need to do it, but maybe I will say something that'll be like, hey, let me try something different. Because this is constant experimentation. But in this particular scenario, this red is what I call the core color. So if you think of it like a number line, okay, like positive and negative numbers, this is your 0. These are all like, this is like -3, -2, -1, 0, +1, +2, +3, all the way in the lightest one. If you think of it that way, that's kind of how I paint. Like, what's my 0 gonna be? You don't, when I just added this, I don't have to make this red the 0 again. This could be the 0. And then I could lighten up from that. So that's what we're gonna do, okay? We're actually going to go ahead and paint everything in this color. We may need a little bit more of it if we're gonna use that much. We're going to paint everything in this color, and then we're going to lighten up from there. So we've used the same red, but we're going to get a totally different color. And if I botch it up, I paint so thin, I can just repaint it. So it's really forgiving. So let's try something. Let's see where we go with this. Experiment. That's why, as much as I like that 3-color system, it doesn't really work for me because it's very limited in color variations. I want more than 3. I want more than 3 different kind of things, especially for faces. Yeah, we're going to do more. And see, there's some fibers in here that probably came from all the floaties that happen in, dust happens. Okay, everybody's got it, and it just magically appears. So this is dust particles or something floating around. Now, the reason I picked red is red's a common color. So wanted to give this somebody with some red clothes on. But it's got to be different enough from the shade of the shield or it just looks dumb. It's not going to work. All right, now we're not going to keep adding more red because if I keep doing that, I'm going to have a color that looks really similar to the shield. So we're going to go ahead and lighten it up. And we're going to go ahead and lighten it with white, okay? You got to be careful with white. White is extremely powerful. little goes a long way. Okay, we're just gonna come in here and we're gonna paint little folds and stuff. So you can use, if you like the method that I'm doing, you want to mix it up a little bit. Sometimes use brown as the dark shade. Sometimes don't go all the way to move where your zero is. You know, you can, you can use this color, and then here's some of it mixed with black, and not go all the way to this color when you bring it up, but stop here and then bring it up, and you have a totally different color on there. Almost like if you're wearing a bunch of leather items and they're all leather, but they're not all made in the same place. And leather varies depending on it's. They're all individual, so you could get all kinds of different variations of it. But that's just a way to mix the look up of some of your colors without necessarily using different colors. Because at some point we're kind of limited on what you can have. I mean, you can mix a different variety you want. But I used to call this method, and I don't know how I picked this up. I'm probably from ideas that I got from other people in the mid 90s. But I always called this blending, even though I don't blend on the figure. The blending is here. Um, you know, Kevin Brownell. Hola. Uh-oh. You've been sequestered and you're held for ransom. I talked to somebody recently that they mentioned about Arizona, and they mentioned that they would never stop in Arizona because it was ugly. And I'm thinking, there's ugly places in every state. If you go to the wrong place, you have a bad impression of what the state is. I got to believe there's some places of Arizona that are just phenomenally beautiful. So that person did not discourage me from going to Arizona at some point in the future, just so you know. Of course, you actually may be somebody who dislikes Arizona, so who knows? But every state has bad places, you know. All right, let's add a little bit more white. You think it's all beautiful. Okay, good. It's very different than where I live. So there's a reason to go see it. Extremes. You guys have some extremes. You get snow, desert, snow in the desert. Arizona's beautiful. New Mexico's not. I wonder why. I'm not arguing with you. I've never been, but we were supposed to go to the Grand Canyon last November. It just didn't pan out. In Vegas, I've never been to Vegas. Just when I was getting kind of excited to go to Vegas, not to gamble. I didn't really have any interest in going to Vegas. I just figured there's just going to be too many people there with substance abuse problems. I'm just thinking whether it's gambling or something else. But I do need to go see it. wait till you see how this is turning out, man. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just experimenting. This is starting to look like I'd call this like old, and I don't want to make this sound really unattractive, but like old rose. Let's see how I'm doing so far. Time to go, BC. Okay, Harvey. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. This is with the same red as the shield. Now, let's compare the shield. I got to be really careful. I've actually done this before and had a close call, so I don't want a closer call. You're going to have this color shield on these color vestments. And see how that'll work? I'm actually going to add a little bit more white and do a little bit more differentiation on this guy. Okay. Using the same red. Experiment. It's fun. Okay. This is the final look. On the cloth anyways. It's paint as leggings. Let's do white so it doesn't look like he's in every which direction. He's not the court jester. Colorful clothes are expensive, man. So if you're not like high society, he's wearing something with some color. It's probably only one unit. It's probably only one thing that has color. You know, if he's a guy who has to supply his own clothes, if he's supplied by the state, then, you know, he can wear whatever the hell they decide to pay for, you know, but we're just going to assume that this guy is a bring your shirt and it's going to say in pants, but it's not wearing pants. You, sir, without the pants, come here. So lots of people say, don't undercoat in black because it makes everything so dark. Well, the thing is I build up the colors so much that it doesn't really matter. You know, I don't want a little bit of another color, you know, that I miss. I want them, all the shadows were to be totally black. That's just how I got used to. If you like to undercoat in different colors, well, that's what you like to do. That works. But that's the reason why I do it. Whew. With WRG rules, there were so many figures, it was fun to paint the occasional fig something funny. I never got to play them. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing that I never played anything before that. Having to unlearn rules is definitely a challenge sometimes. So our live video the other day, Mitch said something really interesting. Is that, and I've been playing with him for 10 years and didn't really realize this. He likes strategy games, and I like tactics games. So, like for instance, he'd be like that guy that there's several games I'd never play again in my life, and one of them is Rise and Decline to the Third Reich. I detest that game. It takes forever. It's not pretty to look at. It's too strategic for my taste. None of the units are labeled. So if like you're playing like a Russian front game or something like that, you can at least see where the divisions are, and then look up the divisions and that kind of stuff. There's none of that, and takes forever. And the only strategic kind of game I could handle playing is something like Axis and Allies that makes a good two-player game. I think multiple people, you just wait around too long for your turn to come around. But I much prefer tactics games, and he prefers strategic games. So I would much rather play something like Lock and Load or Advanced Squad Leader or Close Combat or things like that. I'm not interested in making Eisenhower type decisions. I'm more interested in making platoon commander type decisions. So yeah. So, and I think if I had to guess, most people that are war gamers are of Mitch's mentality. I think most people are. There's a lot of people just that I noticed that like those big type of zoomed out type of views. I've done them before. They just don't interest me. I don't care about manufacturing units. Yes, it's all important. I just don't want to do it in a game. I don't care about those type of logistics or manufacturing units or any of that stuff. That's just not my. I'm more interested in like, okay, there's these enemies in these woods. How do we get them out? You know, red star, white star. I actually know what that is. Actually, I think I know what that is. Oh, what was the name of the company that did that? There's some people I knew that would play that. And if I remember correctly, that game had a lot of detail in some areas and not in others. Armor values. I'm really, really anal retentive about armor values on vehicles. And same thing with ship combat. If you're doing naval combat, I'm like, we have horizontal armor of this and vertical armor of this. I'm like, no, there's got to be more than two factors. There's got to be like 12 or 13 different factors, you know, for me to be happy. So I do it because you get to learn about the actual vehicles while you're playing the game. You know, if it's too vague, you're not really learning anything. That's why I do it. Maybe it's not the game I was thinking of then. My problem now with trying new games that are on computer is that you've got to learn how to play the game to play it, then to maybe realize you don't like it, to then have to unlearn the game to learn a new one and not get confused in the process. And it's like, life's too short. I think I'd rather just paint. So I don't mind playing other games. I just don't want to be the go-to guy on that game because, you know, just having to unlearn 2.2 and learn 3.0 has been taxing to say the least. Let's put it that way. All right, set a little bit more. Watch it played on YouTube first. Yeah, no kidding. Well, that's why I watched. What's the Two Fat Lardies game? That's the tactical World War II one. Chain of Command. I've played it and then watched it, and I'm like, nah, I need more detail than this. There's some aspects of that game that are cool, but nah. You had a mild medieval 2 Total War addiction 10 years ago. So I started off playing the Spanish, and the game is medieval. Total War is, they're all the same game. You know, you have a line of that you create of something. You know, when you go and attack somebody, you have the line that you push forward to engage, and then you envelop one or two flanks, hit them in the rear, and break units. And as you break, your lighter units, like your light cavalry or whatever, go and just rip them to shreds while they get experience. So the next thing you know, your light cavalry are like invincible because they're so elite from getting all this experience to, because experience doesn't matter if you're getting experience from engaging somebody frontally or they're already broken and you're just picking at the remnants basically where they don't provide any kind of a challenge. So the game just got too easy. And every battle turned in to be the same. The run that I enjoyed the most on Total War, and I've got the Samurai one. I just got a new computer about a year ago. I got the Samurai one. I got the Three Kingdoms one. But there's so much like who's gonna marry off who and have a kid, and it's so removed from the stuff that really wanted to simulate. That although it's fun, it's not necessarily what I wanted to focus on. But what the hell was I gonna say? It just turns into like the same freaking game over and over again, and the computer is challenging in different ways that a human opponent would be, but I don't know. I've done it all. I've done it all before. You know, after a while, that's what the video games just don't cut it. It's like, yeah, I've done that. I've already saved the world this many times from fill in the blank. You know. Oh, I know what I was going to say. So the first Rome Total War was the one I started with, and you know, a while ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, even more ago than that, and there were two different mods that were made for it. I'm sure there's more of them now, but at the time that I played, one of them was called Rome Total Realism, and that one was better, obviously. And then they had one called Europa Barbarorum. And Europa Barbarorum was really interesting because it was like Rome Total Realism, but even more. And so I like to play somebody like, say, Pyrrhus. So Pyrrhus starts with a big army, and of course, no infrastructure in a wasteland of a backwards little barbarian kingdom in Epirus. So you have this negative cash flow that is a problem. You can't ever resupply your units until you conquer things. So it's was a lot of fun trying to really husband your resources, and you know you'd have to like use your pike and like hold off one flank while you stroke with the other one, but you can't commit the elephants because if you lose the elephants, you can never buy them again because you don't have the income, you know, until you end up taking over, you know, five, six, seven territories kind of thing. So that was kind of an interesting challenge. But even that, you know, it gets old. And I've done it all before. I've done it all before. But Rome Rome Total War wasn't interesting enough, captivating enough where I would go and I'd played all the factions. I normally, when I play a game, I will play from all sides so I get to experience everything. So if you're playing a game like, let's say Diablo, okay, I'll play all the characters and I'll play them all the way through and complete the game with all of them, regardless of whether or not I have a favorite or not. And those type of games. But in something like Rome Total War, I think the medieval one I played I played the Spanish, and I think I started playing the Sicilian Normans or something like that. And that's it. I didn't play any of the other factions. I don't have time to play all that stuff, and all the battles just aren't interesting enough to go through there and do them all. But I always had to play my Byzantines. I just used horse archers and Parthian tactics. Okay. Played the Spanish ones, defeated all Muslim nation. Pope kept getting pissed off at me. Replace him. Replace him with one of your own. Yeah. Yep. And then it just starts getting too unrealistic. Like I played the Spanish, I ended up getting firearms as early as I could get them. So I'm like the only one using pike and shot tactics against everybody else that's, still fumbling around with medieval stuff. And it's just like, this is kind of dumb, you know, or it's not for me. I never played the colonial ones because my computer died in between that. Not that I really like that period, but anyhow. But computer games just don't, I don't get this out of it, what I'm getting out of this right now, you know? So it doesn't replace, it just kind of complements. And then like first person shooters, I've done them all. I don't do them anymore. They're just more of the same. Like I'm not going to save the world from Nazis again. You guys let it, I've already done that multiple times. Like, okay, enough of that stuff, you know. Nazis and demons, that's enough. The Diablo game's a little different because we can play that as a family, you know. But but the other stuff, yeah, I'm done with shooters. I've done it plenty of times. You know, now I'll still play stuff like what is it, Red Dead Redemption and stuff like that, where you're exploring things. I don't mind things that involve shooting where there's exploring involved. So those things are still good. Treasure hunt games, you go and how do I get to here? Like, I wonder what's on top of that mountain. Well, climb your ass up there and find out. Open world stuff. You feel the same way. It's not because it's no good, but I've done it before, you know? And so if you're not familiar with it, I say I don't like strategic games. There's a cute little game. Maybe cute's not the right word. Succinct that came out it's available for the Xbox and it's available on PC as well. It's made by Slitherine and they only made three of them. One of them is not in print anymore. It was called, and I always get the name of this wrong. One of them is called Battle of the Bulge, and the other one's called something on Moscow, Drive on Moscow, or something like that. And they're area to area movement things, and they're divisional size units, and it's really really elegant, easy to play, and this it's a neat little puzzle to try to figure out because you're limited on how many units can be in each zone, and I've had a lot of fun with that game. Shenandoah Studios does it with Slitherine. They did three of them. They did the Battle of the Bulge one, they did the Drive on Moscow, and then they did one that was called the Desert Fox that was available, I think, only on iPad. And then the 64-bit apocalypse happened. So I ended up buying it and then never got a chance to play it, which is a shame because I like Western desert stuff. But those are a lot of fun. And they're a strategic type of game, but they're light. And I really enjoyed those. I really enjoyed those a lot. So that's one that I played all sides and I played all the scenarios and finished all the scenarios and have I think almost all of the things unlocked that you can do. They're just they're really nice. I enjoy them. I highly recommend them if you, and they're really inexpensive. So check them out if that's something you're interested in, or watch a playthrough. They look very. What's cool about it is that one side gets an activation, and then the other's turn gets an activate. So yeah, you take turns activating a unit, but how long each turn takes is random. Like you go and you activate one unit, and then it does whatever it is, and then you get to see how much time passes. So it could be an hour, it could be 30 minutes, it could be 4 hours before you get to go in between it. So you're kind of almost like, what is it that you want to accomplish? Because you need to do the important things first, because you may not be able to do everything you have. So it's kind of like pips in a way. You can't do everything you want to do all the time. And that's kind of a fun thing to think about. So there's some cool games. There's some cool games, definitely. But it's a very elegant looking game too. Oh, I like the way it looks. Now we got to go really easy on this highlighting of this because we don't want it to be too similar to the clothes. All right, we should be all right with that. Now, let's do the fleshy bits. You like squad leader because you could personalize individuals. I can't stand. I played a lot of squad leader. I can't stand the way the turn structure is in squad leader. It drives me crazy now. It drives me crazy. There's a phase where I just sit around and watch the other guy shoot at me, or I move and the other guy doesn't move, or what ruins a lot of games? Opportunity fire. Opportunity fire ruins a lot of games. You're playing against somebody and you're like, let me move over here. Oh no, go back to here. I'm going to shoot at this and interrupt your movement, and that that just makes it take forever. So I've played a fair amount of lock and load tactical because it's on computer, and man, it seems I first got it. I'm like, this seems like a total rip off of ASL because the counters are a similar structure. The game is a similar size, but I think it's a lot better because it doesn't have the bell curve. The bell curve drives me crazy. That's 2d6. It drives me crazy. I don't like the bell curve games. I was used to it, but the way lock and load tactical is different is that, like, you shoot at somebody and you have a factor of whatever it is that you're shooting plus a die six die roll, and the terrain effects are figured in there, and the defender also gets a dice in response at the same time, so you compare dice numbers. So you activate one unit and then they get to activate one unit or pass, and after you've passed 3 times the turn's over. It's pretty elegant the way they did it. And Yeah, but I would play ASL if it was on computer, but not through Vassal or something like that. A program that doesn't allow you to do things wrong. I played it for many years. I don't think it's particularly complicated. I don't think it's not explained poorly. Let's put it that way, as opposed to many maybe other rule sets that we currently play. But I probably played, I don't know, 50, 70 games of that, something like that. Never cared for Steel Panthers. I know people loved Steel Panthers. I never liked how it looked. So I was out. And for that, I'm out. Boy, this thing just keeps on dripping. Oh well. Kind of reminds me of that one joke. You guys want to hear a joke? It's an old one. See if I can tell it. Let's see if I can tell it correctly. There's two guys outside a saloon. One guy bets him $75 or whatever. The amount of money is irrelevant. It's a lot of money that he wouldn't drink what was in take a sip out of the spittoon. The guy's like, all right, I'll take you up on that. So the guy picks up the spittoon, starts drinking. Other guy at bet him is just getting grossed out. And he just keeps drinking bigger, more and more and more. And the guy's like, all right, I give up. Here's your money. Stop doing that. And the guy finishes up the whole spittoon, puts it down, and he's like, no, what did you keep drinking out of that? I just wanted you to take a sip out of it and bet you that. And he's like, I couldn't stop. It was all one strand. So that's what this reminded me of. It was all one strand. Ba-dum-bum. Jokes from the 1980s. Sorry, folks. Man. Red Star, White Star was an SPI game. I've never played an SPI game, so it's not the one I'm thinking of. I may be thinking of Black Cross, White Star, Black Cross, or something like that. It was a Russian front game that I don't remember who made it. It was a miniatures game. It looked really interesting, except the armor values on the vehicles. I'm like, no, two armor values doesn't do it. Oh, you know who made it? Clash of Arms, I think, made it. The same people who do the naval stuff that also has only two armor factors. Okay. Oh, we're doing a face. We can't use this big haphazard brush. Let's use this one right here. Can't use this brush that's seen better days. Eight folks are watching. Good morning, folks. Thanks for joining in. You guys got any questions, or I can say jokes, but no, there's too many inappropriate jokes. And let's not go there. We don't need that. Yeah, anything that you guys want to comment on, step right up. This is Crossbowman for my 3.0 conversion for my medieval German army for DBA, De Bellus Antiquitatis. The one I can't figure out, okay? DBR, right? De Bellus Renationatus or something like that. What the what the hell does the R mean? And it's not Renaissance. If any of you guys listening know what the hell Renatonatus or whatever is, let me know. I have no idea what the hell that is. I've looked it up and it doesn't come in. Doesn't come up. What glue do you use to glue a penny? Super glue. I never have to worry about it popping off. And you just slide you just slide an X-Acto knife underneath it and pop it up. That's what I've always used. Well, I always used it because when I paint 20mm figures, or I painted, please excuse the crappy basing. This is old 90s school basing. Well, you can't tell this because I used to use semi-gloss as well. But this guy's, well, this guy was painted about 1996. Okay. They still look good other than the fact that they're semi-gloss and their basing is way too basic. But I took one guy and I did add some flat to him and he looks a lot better. But we still need to fix his base. But I used to do 20s all the time, and I would just these are super glued on a penny, and they stay on the penny. This is their base, and so I just always done that. Of course, all these pennies get recycled. They get used for more figures. So yeah, that's what I use. I don't have to worry about them coming off. Okay, this guy's going to be blonde because that's going to pop a little bit more than if it was just a brown or a black beard type of fellow, black bearded fellow. Hey, you with the black beard. All right, let's paint fingers that don't exist. There are no fingertips here. We're creating them from, give the illusion that they are there when they are not on the casting. This guy looks a little bit like, what's that actor's name? I can't remember what his name is. You know who he is. I'll leave it at that. Leave everybody hanging. Like, what are you talking about? The guy that played the father in Mary Poppins, in the original one. Yeah. I'll show you his face and you tell him what it is. You guys know who he is. You tell his name, I know what it is. He's been in a million Disney movies. Yeah, looks just like him. Williamson, David Williams, something like that. Whoop. Anyhow, look just like him. David Wilkinson, David Williamson, something like that. Can't look it up right now. You know who I'm talking about. Everybody's seen that movie. For information, my icon, oh, I just noticed it. Cool. Is my colors and medieval recreationist group. I'm a 13th century German. David Tomlinson. There you go. David Tomlinson. That's him. Uh, Excellent. You do, what's the stuff called? SCA, or is that more of a, I don't know, SCA is what, like live role play, or I don't know. I wouldn't be interested in that. Make believe country. I've seen some of the make believe heraldry that, what's your heraldry look like? Oh, let's check it out. That looks reasonable. Dick Van Dyke. Yeah. You guys in the UK, that was the big thing that they you guys already know this story, but I'm going to tell you anyways. I'm just a stupid American, so his accent didn't bother me so much. But I guess that's payback. So Dick Van Dyke's accent and Mary Poppins didn't bother me at all because I'm just a stupid American. I don't know any better. I guess his accent was probably wrong and over the top, and probably over the top in the wrong way. But anyhow, I couldn't stand watching Death of Stalin because everybody there had an English accent, or whatever Mr. Pink guy's name is. You know who I'm talking about, the guy that played Mr. Pink, Steve Buscemi. He didn't have an English accent. Everybody else had an English accent, and they're playing Russians. That bugged the hell out of me. Jason Isaacs, who I like, Jason Isaacs, and that reminds me of something else to bring up about him. When he plays Zukov and goes, "Oi," no, no, that's just so out of. I don't understand that. I mean, these guys are actors. That's what they do for a living. I know the director may have wanted to be that way for a reason. Okay, but I could fake a Russian accent, and I could probably do a damn good job if you get me a voice coach. Okay, why didn't they do that? I don't know. I didn't like that movie. Everybody loved that movie. I didn't like that was like nails on a chalkboard. So I get your Dick Van Dyke, Mary Poppins, Bert thing, why that would drive you guys in the UK crazy, because that would be my equivalent. But we don't all have to like the same movie. Jason Isaacs, okay? So I'm watching a series probably 3 or 4 years ago. It was like 8 or 9 episodes. And was it on Hulu? I watched it on Hulu. I don't know if it was through that or whatever. It's called The Dig. And man, I thought that was a really good series, but I never watched the last episode and they took it down. So I'm like, oh my God. So the premise of The Dig was this guy's an archaeologist in modern day Israel. And he comes across something that kind of revolutionary. I don't even remember what it is now, but there's different factions at play. And I'm not going to give it away if you guys haven't seen it. I thought it was worth watching, but I never did see the last episode. But that made me made me reminded me of that. But yeah, I like him. He always reminded me of, and this is going to lead into a different direction, but that's why we're talking here, right? Because you never know what we're going to talk about here. Let's go back and make sure I don't get caught. Marco Mavro recently tried to listen to a BBC dramatization of All Quiet on the Western Front, and a heavy British accent and added British slang just ruined the entire experience. All Romans speak with an English accent. Okay. So, see, we're talking about The Dig. Jason Isaacs always reminded me of Christopher Plummer. You could see, like, almost like that Jason Isaacs and Christopher Plummer were related in some way. Facial structure, that kind of a thing. And then I realized there's triads of people that are very similar in actors. And I'm not necessarily somebody who like follows actors around, and I don't really care about their personal lives. I enjoy movies, and I see them generally see a movie one time and never watch it again. But there's people that I get confused. Like you'll see them and you'll be like, "Oh, is that guy? Oh no, that's the other guy." So I always interesting to see how people have the similarities. Like I always thought that the ones that have a very similar was, let me think about this here. People that you think that they're not related at all, but somehow they could be related. I could see Jeremy Irons. I think I have this right. Sorry, I've got my mind on painting, so maybe I got this right. But Jeremy Irons and Hank Azaria and oh man, what's his name? Oh shit. The guy that plays the old man in Back to the Future. This is happening more and more as you get older. You're like, that guy, you can picture him like, I don't remember what his freaking name is. Christopher Lloyd. I could see all three of those guys being related in some way. And just find it really, really curious, you know? People that have a similar look. The other one I came across the other day, if you guys are my age and live in the US, you'll probably get it. Everybody else won't get it. You guys ever watch Married with Children? Man, that was a freaking funny show. Holy crap, that was a funny show. The guy that plays Bundy's neighbor, his name's McGinley, the actor. I think him and Dirk Benedict look very similar as well. So, how did we get to talking about that? All because of Bert. You guys brought up Bert, damn it. Just things like that are just curious. Maybe there's some other similarities you guys might want to point out to me, but not necessarily in acting styles or voices or anything like that, but just like you'll see him and I'm like, that's the guy from, no, it isn't. It's the other guy that's not the. And women too. There's female actresses that have like, that the one from, oh no, that's the other one. Robin Williams. Who's Robin Williams look like? I got a guy I work with who has maybe his jowls remind me of Robin Williams a lot. It's funny how you like focus on something like that. That reminds me of something else, you know? You look at mouths and see similarities. There you go. Hey, it's small talk, folks. But I'm not a movie junkie. I'll watch one thing one time. I'm the wrong person to go to and hey, you remember that line? Nah, I don't. I watch things one time and generally once. What do crossbows do differently? What do you mean? Than like bows? Lots of stuff. In the game and real life. In the game, crossbows are the same as longbows in every which way. In other words, they shoot the same as bows, but if knights go into close combat with them, it doesn't matter whether it's a fast longbow or a fast crossbow or a solid longbow or a solid crossbow. If they tie, the knight dies in close combat, not shooting, in close combat. So I don't think there's many things in DBA that are broken, but one thing I do think that is broken, if you have an option, and many armies have this option to have like a three bow or a three crossbow. If you're trying to win and you don't care about modeling aspect, you always build a crossbow or a longbow instead of a regular bow, because a regular bow has no advantage over a crossbow or longbow. There's no advantage at all. So if you're trying to win, always take a crossbow or a longbow if you can, if you have the option, because there's no downside to doing so. Assuming that the longbow isn't, say, solid and the regular bow is fast. And then you're like, well, I could take the bow because they can move faster, or something like that. But if they're a similar troop type, an equivalent troop type, whether they're fast or solid, there's no advantage to taking a regular bow as opposed to a crossbow or a longbow. You always would take the crossbow or longbow because you get the free kill against knights in close combat. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that the knight attacks the crossbow or longbow. You could actually move into close combat with a knight and get that quick kill. So, and that just might simulate either stakes or really deadly fire at close range due to the extra penetration that those two weapons have, or whatever else the author decided that the reason was. I'm not speaking for him. I don't even know that if we're doing all these videos for his rule set, I don't care. I mean, I've met him once. People have lots of issues with him, so I've heard. I thought he was a gentle man. He reminded me of I never met either one of my grandfathers, so it reminded me of a grandfatherly figure, and I can see why he would be difficult to deal with sometimes, because people criticize his rules. So I get that. He's just doing things the way he wants to do them, and if you don't like his rules, then just don't play them. So I can, I've heard that he's had issues with that all his life. My only gripe with him is I wish he had used a different style to describe his rules so that many people wouldn't be turned off by the style they're written in. It's not necessarily the wording of each sentence. It's how there's so many different thought patterns in one sentence. So he's still a brilliant guy. He's still a nice guy. I met him one time in Historicon 2009. I played him and he beat me. He just moves straight forward, and what we used to say is he doesn't. It seems like he doesn't appreciate the intricacies of the rule set that he created, because the rule set is brilliant. But we try to get every oomph out of it, and get weird angles and try to not just move guys forward, and. But he was playing Romans and I was playing, I think, Armenians or something like that. So I couldn't go straight forward, and he outpipped me, and which isn't difficult with a Roman army, and won. But that's all right. He's a nice fellow. He wasn't a butthole or anything. But I did get a picture with him, which is around somewhere. But I wish him all the best. But I don't know if he knows that we're making the videos. I haven't contacted him. That's fine. I appreciate what he's done. We just do what we do because we like doing it, not for glory or money or anything like that. We just enjoy doing what we're doing. And if you don't play DBA, that's cool too. But, I don't want to poo-poo people for playing other rule sets and not mine. That's not what I'm here for. All rules done by English are like that. Are they? I don't know about that. I haven't seen all the rule sets, but it's lighten up his flesh a little bit more. Had a good discussion this morning. 10 of you guys hanging around with me, man. I really appreciate it. It keeps me motivated to keep doing this one. I see at least somebody's enjoying this. I did one live video. Maybe I picked the wrong time, but I had some time to do it. I was on about an hour and nobody came on. I'm like, well, that was no fun. And not all of you have to talk. It's just kind of nice to have something different to talk about. Let's talk about something you guys are interested for a change. It's not the Tony monologue necessarily, but I appreciate it. You guys could be watching Dancing Cats or something like that instead. You chose to be on here. Don't paint the skin first. No, never do. Never have. I can paint things in whatever order I please from a standpoint of being able to get to the spot. So it's never like I got to paint this first because if I don't do it now, I can't get in there and paint it. It's almost like I I paint so that I I know what color I'm going to match the colors up in. Like I wouldn't paint everything and then paint the tunic last. I paint like the tunic first because the color that it is a dominant part of what this figure is going to end up looking like. So I need to get it on there because all decisions on everything else are based on on how those colors go with that tunic. Does that make sense? And that's how I've always painted. Now, I do like doing the flesh because that's when the figure is like, oh, it's a person. Oh, okay. And I've started painting, not necessarily this figure, but in general, what I like to call paint what you know. Like if you don't know what color to paint, figure something that you know, like I know they're all going to have white pants. So paint the pants white. Okay, that's done. Or, if you know the shield is going to have a castle on it, and it's a blue background or something like that. Go ahead and paint that shield because that helps you make decisions on what other things you're gonna do as you go along. So, but that's me. If that doesn't work for you, then what's that? What's my favorite 2021 saying that seems to be really popular? You do you. You know, if you like the color orange and I like the color green, there's no reason to convert each other. Just paint orange and I'll paint green, you know? Let's see. You love the versatility of the discussions. Me too. How many DBA armies do you have? I actually know the answer to that. I counted them the other day, 33. And 9 of them are not 3.0 compatible. So once I get this guy done, I'll only have 8. Telling my wife that had said that the Panther had an 8mm. I was telling my wife that I had said that the Panther had an 88mm cannon, and you corrected me. Well, we get stuff wrong, and you forget things too. The Jagd Panther had an 88mm cannon. So, and I mentioned it's a 71 caliber. You know why I know that? Because for many years I played Frank Chadwick's set of rules, Command Decision. They came out in 1986, so in the late 80s we were playing that. Frank Chadwick's rules were pretty cool in that I wouldn't play them now because the infantry doesn't have enough flavor. But it gave you real stats. So in other words, I prefer to play a game that describes the gun as if I'm using a Tiger tank, it describes it as an 88mm L56, not just it's an A plus gun or an A gun. I like dealing with real terms, real armor values, so that you're learning something real as you're playing the game. Wargaming for me has always been about participating in whatever the history, and I'm going to say history because I don't really play fantasy. And the only way you can do that without a time machine is deal with factors that are real, so that you're learning something without even knowing. And that's what I've always enjoyed. And that may not be everybody's cup of tea, but that is mine. So I prefer dealing with real factors, real slopes of armor, and learning as you go. So, and then you're learning things that really happened in real life terms, not necessarily in game terms. If that makes any sense, but that's my preference. If that isn't your preference, well, that's okay. I don't know anybody in my social circle that can correct me on World War II history, and I was very grateful for the correction. Well, I'm going to get things wrong, okay? Like, there's that story. The next time we do our next live video, I'm going to pull that story about that I mentioned about the K. It was either a KV-1 or a KV-2 that held up the whole German advance, and look into it again. But that was one of those stories that I used to know really well, but I haven't talked about World War II stuff in 20 years. I haven't gained World War II stuff in 20 years. So it was my first love. It still is. This period's new to me. I've been doing it for 15 years, but it's not my first love. I'm a World War II junkie through and through. So, but yeah, I mean, I've worked part time at a hobby store. I built 1/35th scale models. I did wargaming and micro armor scale, 1/72nd scale. You can't help but learn things. I've just been out of it for 20 years. So any new stuff that's come out since the fall of the Soviet Union, I've kind of missed out on because that hasn't been at the forefront of what I've been learning. So it's kind of, I'm working my way through audible books and stuff like that that kind of opens me up to other things, questioning how things you used to think about things that may not be necessarily accurate nowadays. You got to take everything from, with a grain of salt, of course, because, you know, sometimes the stuff from the Soviet archives is propaganda for maybe different issues than you would think. There's a lot of things that didn't go well for the Soviet Union that are downplayed by the writers so that they didn't get sent to the gulag. I don't, survivability is an issue. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt, but at least it gives you a different perspective than just what we learn from, the Germans. And I use the Eastern Front as an example because that was my preferred theater of, of gaming, you know? So, but yeah, I'm going to get stuff wrong. It's unintentional. I want to do things as accurate as I can. And, once asked a Facebook group, did the average soldier go to battle wearing Sunday best or daily work clothes? Who knows? If you're talking about medieval times, some of these guys, this was their chance to look their best. Certainly, if they were nobility, man, they're trying to, be all pompous, and this is what they did all the jousting and stuff for. Practice for this stuff. A lot of these guys just freaking wanted to survive. I mean, they got called up. These feudal levies, man, they just wanted to survive the battle and go back to live to survive the harvest their crops, when the autumn came. So, Okay, let's lighten this up a little bit. You know, a lot of the stuff that us as historical war gamers want to read about, the information just doesn't exist. You know, we want to read about, and if you're really interested in Asian armies, man, it's to the extreme of that. Some stuff just wasn't written down, or if it was, some new emperor came by and didn't like how it painted him in what light and burned all the books. I just use that as an example. I mean, it happened in other society as well. I just use that example from the first emperor. Like he destroyed a lot of stuff. So, um, we don't have that information. Like we want to know what colors uniform. People just, the stuff wasn't written down, or it wasn't important to them. You know, as it is to those of us silly painters, painters of little men, silly painters of little men. There we go. Sounds like something the Frenchman at the top of the castle in Monty Python and the Holy Grail would have said. You silly painters of little men. I would guess that by Monday, your Sunday best has become your work clothes. No crap. Comment by Russian on a YouTube video. Put up the question, which nation contributed the most to defeating Germany? Which war? That's kind of obvious. People ought to know that. I'm not going to comment. That's an obvious question. Well, maybe it isn't so obvious. Maybe it isn't so obvious. Maybe it isn't so obvious. I was reading this thing on Normandy. I couldn't believe how many aircraft the United Kingdom had built by the time of Normandy. I had no idea. It's an unbelievably large number. I was really surprised by that. Contributed the most to defeating Germany. Well, it wasn't France. Sorry, folks. I got nothing against the French, but they got a raw deal too. But they got lots of different factors there. Yeah, you could say all three. I wouldn't pick the United States as one of the two. If Britain falls, it's a totally different game. Yeah, I'm really impressed with the psyche of the British people in the Second World War. I am really impressed of that. So here's one for you guys. But at the same time, they shouldn't have gotten involved in the first one. Well, the first war shouldn't have happened to begin with. Okay, here we go on controversial thing. The first one shouldn't have happened. Okay, so here's the problem. I found out like 2 years ago that the Kaiser was a short dude. I had no idea. I knew that he had the crippled arm. So he was a short dude. So that explains everything. Okay, there's your problem. He should have been taller. The first one shouldn't have happened. The first one was just such a freaking waste and caused the second one the way it was handled, which is why I think post-war World War II things were handled the way where it's like, let's not do the Versailles thing again. But yeah, I always think that it would be curious what would have happened if you go back in a time machine and say the Germans win the First World War. How is the world different now? And I don't think the world would be any worse. Some people may disagree with me, but and the example I'm going to say is, yeah, I don't know that it would be any worse. It just would be different. Um, oh well. I'll let's put it this way. As an American, I think it's kind of born into me, and I didn't even watch westerns growing up. We have this thing in our psyche that okay, at least people of my generation. Who knows about the people now? I make no claim to those people now, but in my psyche, we look at things from a good guy, bad guy standpoint. Yes, there's gray area, but there's usually one side that is less bad than the other. Okay, and I don't get that when I'm playing World War One. I don't view the Germans as the bad guys. No, I'm just saying, they were really bad at PR. Let's put it that way. And but anyhow, actually reading a book on the Eastern Front in World War One, and I kind of lost interest, but it's really, really detailed. The reason I started reading it is because this particular author has one that is like a 1914 book, and then a 1516, and then a 1718, all on the Eastern Front, and then the post-war stuff, like in the 20s and stuff. So I figured that might be kind of cool to, you know, something I don't know a whole lot about. So, but anywho, all right, let's see what pissed off. Nah, this I'm just telling you how it is. You know, if you don't like my opinion, it's just that. It's just my opinion. Germany contributed the most towards defeating Germany. You almost said that. I almost said that. It's a good point. You're right. Point out the U.S. didn't lose as many people that Russia did, but fed and supplied everyone. Would Germany have won if they had developed tanks? No, I don't think so. Tanks were a very tactical thing. Okay, let's paint some metal on this guy. Stupid war. War is stupid. We like to play it, but it's stupid. People that have nothing to do with it die for the wrong reasons, and even when they're the right reasons, there's stuff that's going on behind the scenes that If we all knew, we'd all rise and revolt. We'd be sickened by it. People that are compromised by greed. Hey, that happens all over the world. Um, Played a lot of World War One. Played a lot of naval games, for instance, a lot. That's my first foray into the two world wars was naval. I definitely have a preference of who I play in World War One. I like to play the Germans. They're the underdog, so that's always an appeal to play the underdog. And what makes the British really cool, and when I say British, I mean Commonwealth. Yes, you guys were all extremely helpful. Not trying to poo-poo anybody's contribution. But what makes the Commonwealth ships really interesting in the Second World War, along with their names, because they're freaking awesome. Let me interrupt myself with saying I detest when they put admiral in the name of a ship. Like I would never call it the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper. I would always call it the Hipper. It just looks, it's just redundant and dumb. It's kind of like when you see a law practice, and the law practice is like three brothers, and it's like Scott, 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 and somebody else. It's like just it's difficult to trip over. It's kind of like when you're on a good drive and you hit a speed bump kind of thing. But anyhow, I don't like admiral in the name of things. I also don't like the United States practice where they give the person's first name, their middle initial, and their last name. I just think it's awkward. But nobody asked this guy. But anyhow, Commonwealth ships had awesome camouflage patterns that makes them really interesting, and they were of course all over the world. So I I like playing the Commonwealth ships in World War II, and they're usually in a bad situation many times in the scenario. So that kind of makes them nice and challenging. But I like playing the Germans in World War One. So after World War One, the French prepared to win World War One and not World War Two. Recently listened to the Audible of William Shire's Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. It's excellent, very long, but is it still accurate, or does it have a lot of like, I don't want to commit 40 something hours. It's huge. And then it'd be like out of date. So, okay. All right, let's go ahead and paint his helmet. I'll show you guys what I do with the metal here. I don't know, forgot who asked me, but we're going to paint the bottom here, and we're going to leave a little bit of a gap here on the top. Little one, doesn't have to be much, just so when you put that wash, it makes it even darker, that little split there between the pieces. Be good if I was a writer. I am not a writer by any stretch of the imagination. I don't enjoy writing. But My alternate history book would be if the Kaiser had been 4 inches taller. Oh man. If the Kaiser wore heels. An alternate reality by Tony Aguilar. So there's a movie. I haven't seen it yet. I forget what it's called. It came up where Christopher Plummer, and everybody likes Christopher Plummer, right? He plays the Kaiser in his later years in life, where he was in Holland, and I guess he's in confinement by the Nazis or something like that. I always wanted to see that because I saw a picture of him and they got him all dolled up pretty Kaiser like. So I know you guys are going to be saying, "Oh, you love Christopher Plummer and Waterloo." Well, I don't like Napoleonic stuff. It's not my thing. So sure, I watched it once. It was all right. It just didn't do anything for me because of the period it was in. So hey, if you like nappy stuff too, that's okay. You know. We're going to be playing some more DBN recently. So for those of you guys that like DBN, um, I like the game as long as I don't have to run it or paint any. I would paint Napoleonic stuff, honestly, but I'm spread too thin as it is. So we got Joel that's got all the Napoleonic stuff painted, but there'll be more of that coming up in the next month or so. I hear he's supposed to come back down, and we'll do some live videos of that. If I was really into Napoleonics, I wouldn't play DBN because I'd want something with more detail. Does that make sense? So still accurate. He was in Germany in 30s and spent years going through German war archives. Okay. Okay, is it time to do the shield? Yeah, it's time to do the shield. It's time to do the shield. So I was reading something about the Normandy thing. You find out things, even though you're a junkie of, say, some period, you still come across stuff that you just never know. And, we're not even talking about the Pacific. That's definitely not my theater of interest. But, the whole mechanization or lack thereof of the German armed forces. One of the things that I was reading in this Normandy book is apparently the United States had a huge advantage as far as, other than the stuff that you already know about, as far as the mentality of the people. Basically, one person in four in the United States, I don't know if it was person or household. It doesn't really matter because you're comparing apples to apples, but we'll say people. One in four people in the United States had a vehicle, had a car, and at the outbreak of World War II. So this book claims. Okay. In Germany, it was like in England, it was like 1 in 13, 1 in 20, something like that. I don't know exactly where it was, but in Germany, it was like 1 in 50. So if you had guys that it was saying that like American tankers, for instance, had an advantage when it came to repairing their vehicles because they already had kind of that mentality built into them on how to work with machinery. That's what this book claims. So that was something interesting that I did not know. And the thing that always surprised me, and this is probably what I should have done as my lesser known fact, is the bombing campaign against Germany was heaviest in 1944. And 1944 was the year that the German armed forces built the most vehicles at the height of the bombing. So that was kind of interesting and not what you would have thought. Well, obviously, 1945, had it been a full year, there would have been more bombing in 1945 than 44. That stands to reason, but I always thought that was interesting. I do need to find out that little KV1 slash KV2 scenario. I thought it was in Mellenthin's book, but I guess it's not. I've read it somewhere. That was one of those classic things that. So I grew up. I still have this book, don't I? I still have this book. Let's see. I haven't opened this book in 40 freaking years. Yet I still have it. I think I still have it. There's no way I would have gotten rid of it. There's no way. Did I get rid of it? Oh, is it down here? Here it is. I knew I hadn't got rid of it. It takes up no space, so why would I get rid of it? Oy. Pull up a couple things here. Got this one as a kid. World War II quiz and fact book. I got this probably around 1982, I'm guessing. Look at these yellow pages. Well, they don't show up that yellow. I highlighted some things on here. Oh, because there's some questions. Yeah, I don't see. Here's the problem: is I don't know how accurate this is anymore. I mean, I'm sure many things are accurate. Oh, hold on. Let's not put the crooked spider on there. But there's a picture here with the paratroopers, with a picture from the what is it, the 101st when they captured Burgess Stratton, and they have a flag with the crooked spider on it. That's somebody be like, "You're promoting that." No, I'm not. Who the hell promotes that? But this is, I have things like highlighted and things like that. I had this growing up. I don't know why I highlighted every single thing. I don't know. It's all questions and answers things. So I guess some of them are multiple. I grew up with this thing, and yeah, I don't know. Well, the publishing date necessarily doesn't mean anything. Man, this thing is old. It's really yellow looking here. I know that it really doesn't do it justice with the. Does it have a year, this thing? No, it's before they put years in it. I haven't opened this in like 40 freaking years. Still smells like Ronald Reagan. As I like to say. Anyhow, I have this as an original one. I don't read a lot of books, but ones I have, like I read this thing. I think I read this whole book. Stuka Pilot. But now when I look at this, I'm wondering how much of this stuff really happened and how much is freaking ex-Nazi propaganda, I don't know. So a lot of this stuff, I've got second thoughts that it's self-serving crap. But there's some interesting little scenarios in here of supposedly what this guy went through. But the milk drinking Nazi, because he didn't drink alcohol and he was. I don't trust people that don't drink alcohol. I mean, if you got to do for medical reasons, but. What else do I have here? What's the big Clancy book? I've read that one. Citizen Soldiers. Citizen Soldiers is great. At least I remember being great. But that guy got busted for plagiarism, didn't he? Stephen Ambrose. That's what his name is. I was talking about him the other day. I couldn't think of what his name is. And I like to read. The problem is it's too relaxing. So I end up like falling asleep. And it's not because necessarily the story's boring. It's just too relaxing, you know. I like to read because I like to learn things. But what's the big Clancy book? That's the big World War III book. I read that one. That was excellent. And Team Yankee's down there too. Harold Cobal's Team Yankee. They're still releasing stuff. Yeah, it's a constant changing thing. Last year, the war in Europe, Germany built more planes than U.S. Really? Well, they did a shitty job of implementing them. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Well, okay. We got the basic color on here. Let's paint us a key. Let's see this one. The first flight simulator I ever played on my computer, on my Gateway. Oh, I don't even remember what it was. I got it in February 1999. That was the first computer that was mine that I bought. My dad always had computers, 286s, 386s, a 486 that I would use when I lived at home, but I didn't have my own computer until 99. And I got the Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator. And it had very few planes in it. There was like a Hurricane, a Spitfire, a P-51, a 109. That's all I can remember right now. There must have been a Focke-Wulf in it as well. There had to be. Anyhow, so I'm playing this game, and I'm thinking, the Messerschmitt's going to be really freaking good, right? Because lots of folks got lots of kills flying Messerschmitts, and I'm realizing this is one of these things that you play a game to learn, assuming the game is accurate, to learn about history, not necessarily the other way around. Um, and I'm terrible with this plane. This plane's horrible. It can't turn worth a crap. I can't. And then after realizing, I was like, oh, they didn't fight that way. I said, they didn't? The German planes weren't good dogfighters? No, they would like hit and they would, they were like, they would go in and they would hit and they would come back to do an Immelman and they would come, do several passes. And I'm like, what? So I didn't know that until then. But then, I'm not really focused on air warfare. So, I built models of all those planes and stuff, but I didn't necessarily know that that was how they fought. So I learned something new just by doing that. I didn't realize that the German fighters weren't good turners. So yeah, that was like the first game I ever played online. So you get people, and the best turner in that game, realistic or not, was a hurricane. So everybody would be flying hurricanes. So it'd be like a huge hurricane civil war going on, or as you guys in the UK like to call them, hurricane, right? All right, let's draw some keys here. I remember one video game. I didn't really care for that video game. Then I got European Air War by Microprose. And I had on my first computer, what's the name of those speakers called? Something Lansing, Coltec Lansing, something like that. Boston acoustic. I don't know. I had some kind of little speaker. This is primitive computer days. They had a little like boom box that had a hole in it. And when it was really loud, it would blow a lot of air out of it. And I remember cranking up something like a P-47, and I was getting ready to take off, and you could feel the air blowing on your legs as you're taking this plane off. And I always thought that was really cool. You know, European Air War. Ah, the things you remember. I played lots of those simulators way back. I got no interest in playing the simulators anymore. Been there, done that. Oh, I'm breaking my own rules. And lay down the foundation for the keys yet. We're gonna hold on. Let me see who's upset with me. Many weren't complete and definitely no pilots. 109's got better. The K's, right? G's and K's. I was playing some game. I want to say it was Aces over Europe, and you could play the all those 109 variants. And the K's had really wild camo on them. And they had like a, did they have a 30 millimeter on it? I don't know. But those big guns have very little rounds. They always had 20s. 109s always had 20s that shot through the propeller on the E's, and then the F's, and I think the G's did as well. And they may have done away with that. I don't remember. Well, I'm getting stuff all wrong if we're going to talk about aircraft, because I don't play aircraft games. If I did, I would be a freaking expert, because it just kind of goes hand in hand. You learn when you're gaming. But I remember some of those large caliber cannons had so few rounds. You'd play some game, you could play a P-39. And I always liked the freaking P-39. I thought it was a cool plane, regardless of how good it was in real life. It just looked cool with a freaking door and everything. And you'd have that 37 that fired through the nose, and you only had a handful of rounds for that thing. Oh, you know what that was? That was Aces over the Pacific. Man, that was a fun game. Yeah, and I like the P-39 in that. I also like the Japanese army planes were just god awfully bad. I mean, just horrendously bad. Like you think Italian tanks were bad in the desert. How about how about Japanese army aircraft in the first half of the war? Just god awful. They had the little planes. Their little fighter was like a god awful. Not, not fast, not armed well. At least in a flight simulator, you get the Japanese army equivalent of the Zero is that Oscar. The Oscar's got like one machine gun and a 50 cal. So it's got like a 30 cal machine gun. Maybe it's got two 30 cal machine guns and one 50 cal, and that's it. And it's got like no armor. Like that's a piece of the first army aircraft that was worth a damn was easy to remember because it's named after me, or maybe I'm named after it, the Tony. And it was like an unmaneuverable, underpowered 109 variant that, I think it had four 30 caliber machine guns or something like that. They were not well armed, but sometimes playing those planes that aren't as good is makes for a more fun game though, because your own life is not on the line. Aces over Europe favorite was an F-190 mod with 6 cannon. It's got to be the D. Man, the D is a sexy plane. 109D. But 6 cannon, what? So, yeah. A lot of those cannons, not a lot of rounds, so you got to be real precise to put them on there. I never like going against bombers. It's like, okay, you're going to get damaged. So the matter is, are you going to be able to knock down a couple bombers, or are you going to get hosed before you get to them, kind of thing? Yeah, I've done all that stuff. Don't need to do it again. What time is it? Yeah, I'm going to have to cut out soon, I'm sure. Hey, we'll do what we can while we can. Somebody's asked the question, what's the worst video game you ever played? You should ask that. I'm not going to ask it for you. I'm curious what Mitch would say. It's a little sloppier. How much coffee have I had other than not enough? One time I was painting and I had too much caffeine. You know the feeling. I didn't get the jitters. What I got is the oh shiny, like I'd look at something and I'd get constantly distracted by other things. I'm like, all right, we've gone past the point of where we're useful. Let's compare size-wise on these keys and see what we're looking like. Oh, that's close enough. Clean these up a little bit. 20 mil and 109 was the advantage over the spit. The rate of fire was too slow. It fired through the propeller, right? It wasn't in the center of the propeller. Man, I just don't remember all that stuff. And I got some cool books on planes. I got one I picked up relatively recently. I know you guys want to see it. I want to see it too. Where is it? Where is that? Where is it? Planes aren't my thing though. So, is it this one? This is a pretty book. Classic military aircraft. And, oh look, it's a Savoia Maraschetti. Yeah, so there's all kinds of data and stuff in there. I'll be honest with you, I got this and I haven't looked at it much. I got this, I don't know, 10 years ago. Whatever. Lysander, Vindicator, Corsair, lots of people's favorite, Corsair. It's got World War One and World War Two in there. So, but it's listed by manufacturer, so, if you don't. Okay, so here's the thing. All right, this is a legitimate question. Oh, they did it right. So if you look at books on this particular plane, they're always referred to as Zeke. Okay? Never, ever have I heard someone call it a Zeke in a war movie. Ever. So what is that? Just freaking wrong? You know? Um, yeah. The Ryzen and or Zero fighter was named for the Japanese year 2600, 1940, and was called Hamp and Zeke by the Allies. I think the Hamp was some kind of a float plane version of it. Nope. It says the Zero's excellent range and adaptable airframe made it a successful seaplane fighter. It was given the code name Roof. Okay, well, enough of that. Here's the MiGs. I love some of the paint schemes the Russian planes had. Like this arrow, like, we go to battle that way, you know? Gigant. ME-262. One of those games you played, the ME-262, as soon as you cranked it up, it was just the whole time like, while you're flying, you know? Oh, is this the one that didn't make it? Oh, I don't know what a 209 is. Oh, this is cool. It compared like similar planes and power and things like this is a cool book. I should look into I should look into this. Okay. We'll leave this one out. Maybe we'll do some surfing with that. I'm always learning. I'm always willing to. There's actually a game at a convention. I don't remember what the set of the rules was, but one of the guys was playing it, and I talked to him for a while, and it was cool with all little 300 scale planes and stuff. But that would have been fun to play. I don't want to. I don't want to learn more rules and be a go put a guy on it. Let's see. I'm back from bombers and knocked them down long range till the cannon until P-51s found me. Yeah. Yeah, you got to match airspeed. You got to come up on the bombers, and you can't be going too fast because by the time you decelerate to the bomber speed, you've gotten even closer, and now you're within the range of their guns. You know. So I always see that Zeke. The hell's a Zeke? Nobody calls it Zero Zeke, other than a book. One thing we were talking about yesterday about aircraft and paint schemes or whatever. I always liked the insignia that the U.S. Air Force used at the beginning of the war with the little red center in the star. I just think it looks so much better. I think it looks so much better. But they discontinued that because it was too similar to the. I don't know how you would get that confused with the Japanese symbol, you know. But one is very small, and you would have to squint to see, and the other one is like a big red circle. So, you know, maybe people were just more ignorant back then. 109E had wing-mounted ones, and the planes which came after that fired a single cannon through the propeller axle. Okay. Yeah, that's some engineering right there. That's definitely some engineering. "209 looks like a French plane, a little bit. One of those Moraine Saulnier, or what is it, 406s? If I'm right, then man, you just remember all kinds of useless information. Which was actually a decent fighter, if I remember correctly. Moraine Saulnier. There we go. Talking about wasting money on stuff. I sold my 2400 scale ships in the early 2000s. Yeah, maybe later than that. Anyways, I used a lot of the funds to buy, my Vallejo paints, etc. And one of the things I also bought was a complete series of the Wings of War, the World War One game with the miniatures and stuff. And I haven't played it once, mainly because if we're playing that, then we're not um, we're not doing something else. So I have played it, but I meant I haven't played it once with my set of the stuff. I played it. It shows it's a decent game. It's a game. The problem with World War One is that the Allied aircraft have an advantage over the German aircraft, like in every category. They're more maneuverable and they're faster, generally. Now, it depends what time period you're playing, but generally that's the case. So, it sounds like that might be the case in World War II as well, at least late war. Faster so you can't get away, and they're more maneuverable, turn tighter. Okay, let's bring this up some. Yeah, this brush is going to hell in a handbasket right now. Let's see if we can show you. Let's see. No, it's got not only is the tip turned on it, but it's got like two or three little burrs coming off of it. Let's see if I can show you. I mean, I'm not worried about it too much. I just below the very end, there's two other little things. Anyhow, maybe it doesn't show up. Not in this crappy 720 resolution. I'm limited to because of YouTube. Even though my phone can film in 8K, which is a bit excessive, to put it mildly. I heard it looked too much like a Target too, but that doesn't make sense. One's so damn small. I think it's just excuses. I just think they want to use red paint for something else. De what? Uh-oh. De what? De Woteen? De Woteen? De Woteen? I don't know. I probably butchered that. Well, you know what? If I mispronounced something, I still did better than most Americans. There you go. Which isn't saying a damn thing. De Woteen. De Woteen. When I was doing World War II naval, man, the French ships are beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful ships. There was actually one engagement where in 1940, so there was a very small window. I don't remember exactly how many days, There's a very small window between the time that Italy joined World War II and France fell. Maybe only a couple weeks or whatever. But during that time, the French fleet sailed out and bombarded, I want to say La Spezia. I could be wrong. Anyways, some port. If it wasn't been La Spezia, what would it have been? Genoa. I think it was Genoa. That they could have encountered an Italian force. That's a fun battle to play. That's a fun battle to play. But yeah, the Italian ships and the French ships, real beauties. So when a brush like this becomes unusable for this, it gets retired and we use it to do other things that are more damaging to it. Like for instance, painting on the basing, stuff like that, painting over, because the texture of my basing material is pretty rough. So Marco, have a good day. Don't forget to check in next time we got something going on. I'm surprised I've been able to paint this long today. Shh, don't tell anybody. German albatross, D7, best plane of World War II. You know what? But I like the D5s look some. I love the look of the D5s. Always have. Something about purple on a plane, purple and green. And yes, I've seen that Red Baron movie from a few years ago, and the aircraft scenes are amazing, absolutely amazing. Especially that one scene where they use tracers on a balloon, and it starts eating it like fabric, like it catches fire and eats the fabric all the way through. It's amazing. Shooting guns through a propeller, that just sounds like a bad idea. Timing or no timing. That's the World War One equivalent of driverless cars. Uh-oh. Somehow it looks like I gleeked on this thing. Ooh. Well, it didn't. Let's see if we can get away with this. I don't know that's ever happened. There's a wet spot right there. It's not very big. Let's see. Adversity is my middle name. Let's see if we can get away with this. That did it. Yay me. Nope, a little more. Okay, let's see what we got here. It's the one I'm doing now. Here's the other two. See how consistent this is? I'd say it's pretty consistent. Or as good as a shield painted by people of that time would be. Let's see what it looks like on the backside. Ooh, me likey. Okay, cool. I can take a little bathroom break and check and see what the situation is of the other folks. Be right back. All right, we got a few more minutes. We'll get a coffee refill and we will be right back. Man, you guys are just glued to the TV set. Be right back. All right. See if we can finish this figure all the way through before we have to cut off. Sorry about the interruptions, but there are other people here. Well, we can turn on the volume now because they're all awake now. So let's see. World War I planes tried putting metal deflectors on propellers to deflect bullet in case it was to hit prop. Yeah. All right, let's get rid of these old books here anymore. Okay. What do you got left on this guy? Back of the shield, that's pretty quick. We need to... This key's got to come all the way up because it's looking pretty gray. Let's make sure we got enough stuff on here. Oh, it's not flowing right. There we go. That's a little better. Let's go ahead and drop the Nuln Oil. It's easy to forget to do the Nuln Oil process. And you know what? If you forget to do it, that's because the figure you're doing it on really didn't need it that bad. Because if it needed it really bad, it would be it would be very easy to remember. So, ow. It's close so. Why is this close so well? Okay, close that back up. That'll last forever or until I spill it, whichever one comes first. Hopefully we don't spill that. I'm trying to be a little conscious of that possibility. Right, let's do the little the fletching on the crossbow bolts. Okay, now let's do the back of the shield. We were mixing up the back of the shield with this same color that we're doing the crossbows. Lay it out here. Put some black in it. How many crossbows in that army? Well, they can have up to 4. I already have 2 painted. This is the third one. I think they can have 4. Where's the back side of this? Yeah, here it is. Here's the medieval German army. Okay. So if I don't take the Petronels, they can have the other crossbow unit, which isn't this one. The 2 crossbowmen I have them instead of the war wagons. Then there's these Pavasiers that I can have. But if I don't take the cavalry unit, which I'm building here, then I would need yet another unit of crossbowmen. But I want 2 units of cav so that you have 1 on each flank kind of thing. So I don't mind having 4 crossbowmen. It's actually my preference. But the only heavy foot this army has is 2 units of pike. So all right. I've played a lot of games with this army, the 2.2 version. A lot of them. I like them a lot. They look they look really pretty, so that's always an incentive to play them more. That's why I played so many games with the Turks. The Turks, they won't win games, but they're a lot of fun to look at, and they're actually a lot of fun to play. Honestly, the problem is they don't win games. So if you're a win at all cost player, do stay away from the Ottoman Turks. But if not, they are a beautiful army to paint. And fun to play. They're fast. And fast has its own quality. Okay. We're going to be doing some long painting sessions like around the 1st, April Fool's Day, something like that, whatever weekend that is. We're going to try knock a lot of stuff out. It would be great if these 2 units are done by then. So, then we could be doing Russians during that time period. All right, so I'm already breaking my own rule. We need to just add white to this and make the planks. So I've got kind of a little dilemma going on. I was going to build one of the war wagons. I'm not so sure I'm going to do that. And the reason is not building them, but the war wagons I have. Actually, we're going to go ahead and cut this off, and I'll end this session with this little bit about the war wagon. So I'm going to go pull my reference book and bring my miniature out here. Thank you. Of the war wagon in question. It's an Essex miniature. You guys have always seen these all the time. If you've looked at any of these type of armies, you'll always see these type of miniatures. And here is the thing in question. There's a couple of horses, but we're not going to do. Oh, it's nice if I put it in front of the screen, isn't it? This is the war wagon that we're talking about here. It's actually a mantlet. Get the reference material for that. We're going to go Armies and Enemies of the Middle Ages. I believe it's volume 2 that has the Germans in it. By Ian Heath. This thing right here. Somebody comment something? I wish the comments would stay up, but they disappear, so I've got to like touch the screen. Okay. So we're talking about Armies and Enemies, Middle Ages, Volume 2. And in here, it's Ottoman Empire, Eastern Europe, and the Near East. Holy Roman Empire is the one we're interested in. So let's go to Holy Roman Empire. Actually, this is going to be all the way in the back, where there's war wagons. If I remember correctly. Come on. Nope, it's not on that page. Oh. Oh, I thought it was in the back by itself. Here we go. This is the war wagon in question. So this has obviously the 4 wheels on it. Okay. You have this that stands up vertically like that, and then you've got these little slots that they would be. Let's get it on the screen. In this picture, they would be side by side like this. On the either side of this opening, like so. And the other 2 are on the opposite side. Okay, so there's not a lot of space between them. They're almost touching. Okay, I'm going to put this together like this, and I will show you the above overhead view, and you can see what I'm talking about. So this is going to fit like this with these 4 things in between them. Okay. All right. Here's what I'm talking about. Overhead view. Okay. They're almost touching. So I thought, for instance, there would be somebody behind them. You hate gluing together metal miniatures. Good morning, Kelly. Yeah, epoxy, 2-part epoxy. I hate using super glue. So this is what you're looking like. The opposite side of this looks just like this. So the way this thing is described, this is 131. Let's read about this thing. German war wagon. Taken from Das Mittelalterliche, okay, whatever, from DMH, Halsbusch. Taken from Das Mittelalterliche, Hausbuch. Okay, hey, I'm the best American speaker that can do that. Everybody else would butcher it more than that, even though I did a shit job. This shows the development of the Hussite war wagon that was in use by the second half of the 15th century. It differs principally in being a wheeled pavise rather than a true wagon. Well, that's true. It looks like a shield. The box-like structure in the middle, even though it's not boxed, because look how small it is, tapered. Repeated on the other side too, comprised a pair of sliding doors behind which a gun could be mounted when the wagon was stationary. Well, it didn't come with a gun. On the march, such wagons were placed on the outside of the column, protecting the infantry and baggage train in the center. Similarly, in camp and battle, they were drawn up end to end to form a stockade, with the army's tents set up inside and the baggage wagons forming a secondary defensive circle in the place or center of the camp. Hence, supply wagons being referred to as place wagons. Clearly, these wheeled pavises were substantial constructions, since the illustrations show that 4 horses were needed to draw them. And then there's other descriptions there in that same sentence about Polish ones or whatever. So a gun could be mounted. Well, it doesn't come with a gun. So What I'm probably planning on doing is just like my current war wagons. They're going to be mounted on a 40 by 40. Okay, they'll have little wheels like this. Okay, and then this thing will be up, and then this is almost sitting on here, so it's like I think what I'm going to do is I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one closed like this. So on one side, on the outside side that's facing out, the front edge, these two are going to be closed. Okay. Then this will go over the side. Then the back side, I may slide them all the way to the end. Actually, I know I'm going to do this. Did it stand? Holy hand grenade. This is how I'm going to glue it. Okay, I'm going to take the camera off the mount here so you guys can see a 360, and hopefully this cord does not butcher this thing up. Let's look at the back side. Okay. So if these things slide, it stands to reason that they're going to slide across from one side to the other. So this is how I'm going to glue the back side. So now I've got some space in here for a couple of guys to be in there with handguns. And the handguns probably are not going to be able to shoot out of the hole because the height of it would have to be just perfect for it to line up with the hole. You know, I'm talking about the two holes in the middle. And I'm probably going to put two guys on the backside there and a couple of guys on the ground. Okay, so then I'm still going to have four figures mounted on it, just like my Hungarian ones, but there's going to be two inside the wagon shooting out and the rest of the guys on the ground. So there we go. I figured it out. That's how we're going to do it. So anyhow, was that cool? Did you guys enjoy that? That's sometimes how you have to figure things out. You know? So from the shooting end, it's going to look like this. But I'm not going to be able to poke the guns out through those holes in the center because it just isn't going to be. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to put two crossbowmen on the ground or somewhere, like, you know, they're like hiding around the corner here, one on each end, and two handgunners in the middle. I used the four handgunners on the Hungarian ones because in reading about the Hungarian army, it said that at the time it had a very high proportion of people that used firearms in that army. And it even mentioned it was like 25% of the army used firearms, which was a very high proportion. So I figured, let's just make all firearms in a wagon, you know? So sometimes that's how you kind of have to make a decision, but, you know, because all the information that you're looking for isn't necessarily there. So, brush with wire and glue. Bet they had a battlefield survival time of minutes. Put a gunner on the open slide. Yeah, I think I can get two guys back there. Yeah. But I'm like, if you put both sides closed, like, what is this? So, yeah, I think I helped solve it just by talking my way through it. Sometimes that's what you got to do. So, excellent. Excellent. Well, without further ado, let's glue it. Why not? Let's grab a 40 by 40 stand and make sure that it fits okay on there. Let's have to test that before we got a mess on your hands. Here's a 40 by 40. It should fit on there just fine. And I'm going to use the same principle I did with the Hungarians. This is the front, and it'll move this way. It'll move that way. Even though that's not what it looks like how it would move, but for gameplay purposes, that's what makes the most sense. Because that way it looks like it's always on the offense, the way it's going. So, you hate gluing metal miniatures. Well, just for you, let's glue some metal miniatures. This is already dry, right? So let's use the back side here. Epoxy. Epoxy is your friend. I went from, I'm not know if I'm going to do a war wagon to let's do it. This is how we're going to do it. Sometimes you just got to talk your way through things. Now, when you're epoxying things, this is 5 minute epoxy. If you make it last longer, you got more working time, but then you also have more of a time period where you have to hold things in place. And sometimes it needs to thicken to get it the right, to be able to hold in place. So when I'm looking at this, the tires probably aren't going to be a problem part. The tires, the wheels. And we're not going to glue it to this yet. That's afterwards. Oh, this is interesting. It has a center thing in the bottom, so I can't glue it to, say, this to be able to hold on to it. Well, it's so damn low to the ground. I literally could take a chunk out of it and then glue this anyways to hold it, but I don't think I'm going to do that. All right. Essex sometimes puts the dates on one of their castings. What year is this? 1997. Okay. You want that side facing out on all of them? Right. Now, this is one of those things I'm going to have to wait for this to harden up some because it's just out here dancing with itself. Cue the music. Yeah, we're going to have to do this in 2 sets. At least this one appears to be able to balance on its own while the epoxy sets. Notice you did a Hussite versus medieval Germans battle a couple years ago. Different army? No, this was the German army I did. I just ended up doing a 2.2 version of the German army. But yeah, it's Mitch's Hussites. They probably won again too. Although Mitch admits the Hussites are a powerful army, but not very fun to play. And I would agree with him. They're kind of a one-trick pony. So we did a tournament one time where I defeated the Hussites pretty handily using medieval Norwegians. That 6 blade is marked up, and eventually they'll win. But they shoot as a 3, so get a couple of them to gang up on a blade, they can knock the blade out. It just depends if the player that plays the blade rolls a one or not. Yeah, see, this isn't ready yet. I don't dare glue these together and then put them in there. I gotta get this thing standing tall. Anywho, oh, story of my life. I mixed too much epoxy. It happens to everybody. Could be worse. I could be using that syringe thing, and it's even worse. There's no way I'd do this with super glue. Super glue is also extremely brittle. So if there's any kind of flex at all, pop is just going to snap off. So that's no good. Mm-hmm. That goes the other way. This piece of this glue tack, I guess is what it's called, has been really useful to do contraption things like this. Maybe that's the top. Cyanacrylate and accelerator. I don't have accelerator. No, this stuff works fine because it's got a kind of a binding thing. You just got to give it a little bit of time. It's not perfect. And then we'll go in and put those little slider things in afterwards. I used to use Zap-A-Gap way back in the day, but I'm very dissatisfied with it with super glue. It's just way too brittle. Way too brittle. I'm probably gonna have to let this sit there for a while. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it was done anyways. So anyhow, that's how we're gonna glue this thing. Get to that point. And I don't want to rush and try to put these little pieces in there now and come back and do that later. But yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. And we got some other handgunner guys we can put on there. But okay then. Until next time, folks. Thanks for joining me, and happy painting. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll catch you guys next time. See ya.